Asante. can see Gideon Yator. I can see Chair Masinda is here. I can see Miriam. Towet, karibu sana. Welcome. Sijui kama mtaona vibaya mkikuja mbele. Hakuna mtu tumetengea viti. Viti ni zenu nyote. So kindly Miriam kuja mbele mkiwa na Gideon. Chair, wajua hujazoea kukaa nyuma bana. No, karibu. Karibu, mimi ningefurahia nikikuona hapa mbele. Sasa, so karibuni sana. Even as we take tea, naona it's already 10. So ningetaka tusikimbize program kidogo so that we are able to finish in good time. Yeah, let me introduce myself in case there are people who don't know me. My name is Zablon Lawasi. I'm a trustee in the Gdc Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. And there are a lot of things I want us to talk about today, but we'll see what we can cover. Hizo zingine tunaweza communicate via other platforms. So to start us off, I think I'll invite the trustees up mbele. Kuna watu wajui hawa trustees kuna nani, so that we start. So trustees kindly. Jackie, Penina, Fred, yeah, so they introduce themselves and their roles they play in the board. So watasema. So we'll start with Chatos and Penina, the newest trustee of Waterbuck in Norway. So Penina, you introduce yourself. Then Fred and Jackie and Charity, they have some special caps that they wear that they'll be able to talk about. So Penina.
Good morning, everyone. For Salama, we are very happy to have you here. This AGM is all about you. So jisikie mko nyumbani. Muulize hizo questions that I know some of you have burning questions. Make sure you ask them. The service providers are here. And I believe by now everybody knows my name is Penina, member elected, and asanteni sana. Thank you.
Told that today is business and work. So my name is Fred Mayoga. I'm a trustee of Gdc Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. In the board, I chair the Finance and Investment Committee with other members. This is a committee that is actually tasked with ensuring that your contribution and that of the sponsor and any accruing income is invested the best interest, such that when you retire, you actually have that benefit in good amount. Thank you. We'll talk more if it will be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacqueline, I'm a trustee. And in the board of trustees, I chair the audit and risk committee. This committee of audit and risk is the one that is tasked with looking at what are the risks that can face your monies as they are being invested by the chair of finance committee. And also when we look at governance issues on this other side, we are always looking at what are the risks that the scheme may face. And you know it's a very important committee because if you don't take care of the risks, chances are high that you may even diminish your savings in the scheme. So we are the committee that is tasked to always be on alert to just see what are the risks that may occur, that may impact our investments, and they also maybe come and wear down the investment of the members who are actually sacrificing to give something for their retirement. Thank you very much. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charity Zeron. I'm a sponsor-nominated trustee and the trust secretary for the scheme. I'm also a member of the Admin and Governance Committee, where the membership is composed of myself, Trustee Christopher Moro, who has attended his activities, he's attending his other assignments, is our chair. We have Paul Roderi, who is also a member of the Admin and Governance Committee. Roderi is also there elsewhere. And we have Trustee Mayoga joins the committee. So we have a membership of 4 trustees in the Admin and Governance. So at Admin and Governance, we want to ensure that the way the scheme is run and the way the scheme is run, we are supposed to ensure that the governance and the general administration is done in accordance with the law. We ensure that in accordance with the set good governance guidelines, this board and the scheme as a whole is operating in accordance with the good governance guidelines. We also ensure that we are complying with the requirements of somebody who is called a regulator. RPA is our regulator. All our operations, all our meetings, they are governed and they are monitored by our regulator, who is the RPA. So our order of operations are supposed to be in line with the requirements of the Act, the Retirement Benefit Act, and the Good Governance Guidelines. And as a scheme and as a committee, the Admin and Governance Committee is there to ensure that operations are done in accordance with the set guidelines. As your trust secretary, I am a custodian of the scheme records. I work hand in hand with the scheme administrator. We have an external party who is the scheme administrator. They have an opportunity to introduce themselves and what they do. The office of the trust secretary is the liaison person between the scheme and the members and our service providers. So I am stationed in Nairobi. If you have any questions, those emails that you receive even from that email, member at pensions. Yes, that email from the pensions email. I coordinate that on behalf of the rest of the board. And we are here to serve you, and we are here to ensure that our board and our scheme is progressing in the right direction, and everything is done in accordance with the law and in accordance with the set guidelines. For today, I will not have much. We are here to welcome you for our AGM. Karibuni sana, and thank you so much when you are on the speaker. Thank you so much for coming and for honoring the call to attend this AGM. Ulizeni maswali.
Thank you, Jackie. Even for the members who have joined us virtually, karibuni sana. You can post your questions in the chat box. And we are here to take corrections positively. We are here to take suggestions. If they are positive and we are seeing that they add value, we are here to be guided by our members. Thank you.
Maybe just I was actually informed that I'm supposed to let you know the other team members of the Finance and Investment Committee. We have one member here, Penina. He joined us recently. And then we have Trustee Christopher Ngolo, who is away. And just maybe to assure you members that as a committee, because at the end of the day, we all look back to the return on investment. As a committee, we have ensured that the scheme assets have been invested in line with the RBA guidelines, and the fund manager is following the
IPS that you member, that the scheme developed. So just be assured that the scheme assets are well invested.
Maybe just to mention the members of the Audit and Risk Committee. We have Charity here, who is the legal person. Then we have Penina from Finance. Then we have Paul Lomeri. So personally, you know, being a finance person, I prefer to audit the finance guys so that I don't get conflicted. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you very much. You can have your seats. Tutawaita baadaye, tutawahitaji baadaye. So that's the board. Of course, there's trustee Paul Ngugi, who will be joining us as a sponsor. He's both the sponsor and also a trustee. So he'll be joining us via live link. He could not make it. Then there is trustee Christopher Ngolo, who's not also around. He's away on other duties. Then there is trustee Paul Lomeri, who's also away. Yeah, but tutaendelea. So that's the board. That's what we do. I'll want to invite the service providers. I think a representative from NWealth, Gift, don't step out. Kindly come over here before we start. These members are very curious. So Gift, Yvonne, Duke, I know you're trying to get ready, but kindly, it'll just take a few minutes. And also our auditor, kindly, so that the members can know you guys. So karibuni sana. Yeah, so we can start with Gift, the administrator.
So good morning, members. I can see some administrators seated. I don't know whether they have decided to. You can join me, please. So I'm glad and happy to be here again to meet you, the members. I know that we've interacted before on a number of occasions, but again today we are meeting in this annual general meeting because it's a statutory requirement by the law that the Board of Trustees should convene an annual general meeting within 12 months after the end of the financial year. In this case, we are talking about after 12 months after 31st of December 2023. And so with me, I have two colleagues which I'll also invite to introduce themselves, and I know that we'll have an opportunity to be able to talk more as per the agenda.
Good morning, members. I'm Viola Sanga, Administrator from NWealth Financial Services.
Good morning, everyone. Neema Kimathi, also from NWealth.
Good morning, members. My name is CPA Daniel Kabiru. I'm the auditor of the scheme with a firm called UHY. We are based in Nairobi Westlands, but Nakuru is home. Asanteni.
Good morning, members. Good morning, members. Why aren't you so cheerful? And it's a bright day, and this is the day the Lord has made. Good morning, members. My name is Yvonne Othiano, representing Cooperative Bank, the custodian. We'll explain more about what we do, and we thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Morning. The names are Duke Ochako from Gen Africa Asset Managers. We are the investment managers for the scheme. I think we'll discuss more on what we do for the scheme during our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, as you've heard, the administrator is NWealth, the fund manager is Gen Africa, the custodian is Coop Bank. So I think we get mixed up at times. So try and grab that detail. It will be of great help. So I think with that said, we had shared the agenda. I hope you saw it. We had the agenda shared on email. I'll just read through so that we're able to be on the same page. So the first agenda was just a minute. Yeah, so there was opening prayer and welcoming, introduction from trustees and service providers, which we've just done. Then after that, reading of the notice of the agenda, which I'm doing right now. Then remarks by the chairman or trustee representative. Then remarks by the sponsor representative. The sponsor will actually join us via live link. So he's getting ready right now. Then confirmation of the minutes of the AGM for the financial year 2022, which will be read to us so that we are able to confirm them. Then presentation of the audit report of the scheme, which the auditor will do for the financial year ended 31st December 2023. Yeah, I think there's been a confusion. We think that this is the AGM for this year. It's not. It's the AGM for 2023. So the AGM for this year will have it next year. So I hope we're on the same page on that. Then remarks by the service providers now, the fund manager, the custodian, and the administrator. Then I don't know if we have someone from RBA joining us here. Is there anyone from RBA? Okay. Sawa. Yeah, then there's supposed to be remarks by RBA. Then trustee remuneration disclosure, question and answer session, vote of thanks, then closing prayer. So that's our agenda for the day. That's what we'll be trying to cover today. So kindly support us so that we are able to cover it in good time. We intend to finish by lunchtime so that by the time we take lunch, we'll go back to our workstations. So allow me to speak of a few things. I'll not take much time. I'll just try and highlight our strategic plan as a scheme. We have a strategic plan 2022 to 2026, which in there's a lot. There's the IPS, which we are about to review, and that will be shared maybe in coming days so that you're able to know exactly what our investment policy statement says. But I'll just give a few highlights on our strategic plan, then I'll have my seat after that. So our strategic plan 2022-2026, the slogan is Save, Relax, Enjoy. That's our slogan, Save, Relax, and Enjoy. The vision is to have a secured financial future of dignity and fulfillment. And we endeavor to efficiently promote growth in members' savings through prudent investment and sustainable governance. So that's our mission as a scheme. And we are guided by the core values of accountability, excellence, creativity, and commitment. So that's what we intend to do, to stick by as a scheme, and we've endeavored to actually stick to that. And that's why we're here, because we want to be accountable to the members about what happened in the last financial year. So the functions, I think the trustees have mentioned some of the functions that we undertake as a scheme, and one is to register new members to the scheme, to receive and invest members' funds, to keep custody of scheme assets, to pay benefits to members and all their dependents. Yeah, so we've had a number of us leaving, and we've been able to process their dues in good time. And we also endeavor to sensitize and educate members. I'm sure we've interacted with some of you during the member education program, which we had recently. And it was a great success, although we are not done with it. We'll still go back, and I think we've not done Menengai. We've not done some shifts in the north. So we'll do that early next year so that we're able to reach as many people as possible. Then the other thing is to ensure proper governance of the scheme. And that's why you see the committees that we had here. Yeah, the different trustees are part of different committees. Of course, as you notice, I'm not part of any of those committees because I'm not allowed to be part of any committee. Mine is just to give guidance then the committees just do their reports, then we ratify them at board level. So to ensure proper governance, there's actually good governance guidelines that RBA issued recently, which we want to stick by. So there are policies to develop. There are so many things we had to work on to ensure that everything works smoothly. Then the last one is to comply with the legislative provisions of Retirement Benefits Act, the Income Tax Act, the NSSF Act, and any other legislative requirements, which we've endeavored to do as we go forward. Actually, recently, I think you are aware that RBA was inspecting us, and they asked us some very hard questions, and we had to comply with some things that we are not compliant with. So we are really working towards ensuring that we are compliant with all the regulations that are there within the pension scheme space. So our goal is simple as a scheme, is to provide retirement and other benefits for members of GDC SRBS and their respective dependents on a sustainable basis. So we need to invest in a way that even when, as we project that some members will be leaving at some point, will be liquid enough to pay them and not affect our investments. So that is where we are. So our strategic objectives, because this is a strategic plan, is preservation of capital is number one, return on investment is second, long-term growth of capital, liquidity, as I had mentioned earlier, diversification of assets, customer satisfaction, and last is compliance and good governance of the scheme. So that's what we've endeavored to do, and as you may be aware, most of us came in within the last 6 months, with the latest being Penina here and Lomeri, who came in a couple of weeks ago. And we are really working towards bringing them up to speed so that we all work together towards delivering what we need to deliver to the members. So I know the service providers like the fund manager will be speaking a bit about this year, maybe just mention a few things about this year, but this year looks good. I can assure you that this may end up being the best year we've ever had, 2024. So as we look towards this, we really ask for your support, that you ensure that whatever it is that we do, if you see us do the wrong thing, kindly give us the feedback, and when we are doing the right thing, kindly let us know. It encourages us to know that you guys think we are doing the right thing. So I'll not say much, I'll just stop there, and thank you for coming, and also thank those who are joining us online. Keep inviting many others to be part of this. This is not our scheme as trustees. This is the scheme for all the members. So everyone should be part and parcel of this event so that we are able to work together towards making this scheme the best scheme in this country. So with those few remarks, I think I'll stop there, and maybe I'll seek guidance. If the sponsor is ready, then we can pick it from there. Yeah, so if there's anyone with maybe a clarification that they want to seek at this point, ni sawa, unaweza uliza as we transition into the next part of the program, as they sort the technical issues. Yes, Diana. You'll be loud enough. No, get the microphone. It can be shared with you. Here it comes. Kindly stand up so that everyone can see you. Not just here. You are now international.
I think now it's clear. So, Chair, I'd like clarification. You've mentioned that there's a strategic plan 2022-2026. We're in 2024, and as a member, I think you've not yet shared that with us. And then I'd also like clarification in your strategic objectives. You've mentioned something about customer satisfaction and liquidity. Could you expound more on that kindly? Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you for that. We'll be sharing the strategic plan in the coming days. About liquidity and customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction, the customer of this scheme is you, the members. So getting your feedback, if now someone wants to be paid, the deductions, or rather the remittances, we need to make sure that they're done on time. And I think the last couple of months, we've not had issues. All our dues, all our remittances have been done on time. And we have a small secret. Yeah, we have Jackie with us. So every time there's a slight delay, we pin Jackie down and ask her, where is the money? Yeah, so Jackie has been very supportive. Yeah, she's ensured that our remittances are done on time. Yeah, so that is exactly what customer satisfaction is about. It's about ensuring that every member's needs are taken care of. About liquidity, at any given time, we'll have some members leaving, or maybe members retiring, you know. So the guidelines from RBA, they ensure that we have some money that is set aside just in case of such eventualities and even expenses that may arise. So liquidity really means that. And also the investments, if you notice, we've not invested in property. And one of the reasons is a strategic step to ensure that we don't get to a point that we have money tied in property that we cannot liquidate. So even if today, peradventure, we have a need that maybe requires even 1 billion shillings, I know Duke here will work something out for us, and we're able to deal with it, although we don't anticipate such. But that's exactly what liquidity is about. We have to make sure that whatever needs that may arise, we're able to take care of them when the time comes, especially members. You know, when members are leaving, you know, and stuff like that. Like you notice that recently, a couple of years ago, we had some of our members, quite a number of them, leave the scheme. And I don't think there's anyone who complained that their money was not paid on time. RBA dictates that we should pay them within 30 days of the application. So we've been able to stick to that because strategically we are liquid enough. I hope that answers the question. All right. Thank you. Oh, yes, Oyer. Can you get the mic to Oyer there?
Morning, everyone. My name is Kennedy Oyer from Menengai. I'm normally at the field. That's why I've not been able to attend this meeting for the last 2 years, I think. But I've heard you mention that the KBA has some policies. It would be better for the members also to be familiarized with the policies, so that we know when we are meeting with you people, we know that whether you are following the right procedures or not. Sijui kama umenisikiza, ulikuwa bado unaongea na
policies.
Yes. Yeah, so nilikuwa nasema tu ni vizuri angalau members pia saa zingine wanajulishwa na hizi policies, because we wouldn't know whether you people, you are doing the right thing or the wrong thing, so that we know if there's some things that we are supposed to, the KBA are supposed to handle, we know that those KBA are supposed to handle those. And if there are things that you people are supposed to handle, we will know that you are the ones supposed to handle. Because being that now we are here in the meeting, we expected that one of the members of the KBA could have been here, so that at least to interact with us. I don't know whether you invited him and he has not come.
All right. Thank you, Yer. Thank you for that. On the policies by RBA, they're actually very public. The RBA Act, the Good Governance Guidelines, all these policy frameworks or legal frameworks by the Retirement Benefits Authority, they're actually public. However, we'll endeavor to share those ones. But there are also policies by the scheme. We have a remuneration policy, we have a procurement policy, we have a death and benefit policy, we have there are many. I think we have like 10 policies, if I'm not wrong, around 8-10 there. But so a few, even the trust deeds and rules, which we are about to review, is also part of our policies within the scheme. So there are a few that were put on an online link in our SharePoint. We'll endeavor to populate that particular folder, then we'll share the link with everyone, so that you're able to access them, read them, and familiarize yourself with them. We've reviewed quite a bit, some of them, so we'll be able to keep updating. When we review them, we'll let you know. We'll let you know. So thank you for that challenge. We'll be able to share those so that you're brought up to speed about what's going on. So allow me not to take another question, so that we can invite the sponsor to come in and give his remarks. The sponsor is our Managing Director, Mr. Paul Ngugi, who will be joining us shortly via live link. Then after that, we'll be able to move to the next agenda, which is the minutes for the last AGM. So let me stop at this and allow our sponsor to come in to speak to us. Asanteni sana.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes. So is it that you have put you have separated those who are on the online from the floor? Because I can't hear you anything. I can't hear the proceedings. Okay, maybe what you can do then, when you need me to talk, then you can just let me know. Because there's no audio coming from your side. I can't hear from, maybe let's see. Oh.
You are on the screen and you can please proceed.
I just go on.
Adjust your camera. Yes, there.
Okay, then if I can be heard, then I can continue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then. Good morning, members. Sorry, I may have kept you waiting as I was trying to struggle with the challenges of ICT. Again, today is a day that together as a family we can all celebrate. But we now have had our pension scheme from 2010 to date, which is essentially a fairly good period. Again, we can also celebrate that the pension scheme has really grown. Today we are in the range of about 4 billion, which is also a great milestone as a pension. But more importantly, we want to say that this growth essentially is going into meeting the objectives that the company in starting the scheme started, and that is to ensure that anyone of us who has worked in GDC can retire honorably. And we can see that journey, it is started. The key issue is that probably the contribution that are being done by both members as well as the employer, while they are reasonable, probably one needs to really evaluate. In particular, you need to look at your future and your desired retirement package so that you can see what additional support you need to be able to give to yourselves. For me, I think we want to, although I'm part of the trustees, but more importantly, we really want to thank our service providers. We also want to thank our trustees, and congratulations to the other two who were elected recently. Welcome to the fold. And the only prayer I have is first is that the scheme is about the lives of many. If you look at every family, if we were to assume that we are roughly about 800, 900, and then you are saying that every family has about 4, there's a lot of people behind us. Who requires our support. So it is very important that all of us work together to give ourselves that honorable retirement. My take is that there are other facilities or there are other opportunities within the scheme that we can make use of. One of them being additional voluntary contribution is one of them. There is also post-retirement medical, which also is something that is very important, because one of the key expenses that the retirees are facing is sometimes is medical challenges, and you may need that time when the traditional insurance companies who may not be able to give you the support you need, and or at a very expensive opportunity, then it becomes very, very helpful for us to look at it. So our ours is to celebrate together. Ours is to say that the company continues to be very committed to this as an area that brings benefit to our employees. And is to call for your cooperation, and only our prayer is that this pension scheme is not the place of playing politics. Really that it is about us trying to secure our future. So while we understand that there is always politics when a group of people come together, but our prayer is that may those politics be about how to make the scheme better, and not a place where we demean one another or sometimes abuse one another. Our trustees do a great job. They really work for us together with the service providers, and we are really happy. And for the members who have come in, those who are physically present, and those who are online like myself, ours is to congratulate you and to be able then to say that may we take time to understand pension schemes. May we also take time to support the trustees and the service providers so that the objective is met. Salamu tu ya Krismasi, watu wawe na mwaka mpya mwema. Asanteni.
All right. Bwana MD, I hope you can hear me. Asante sana for joining us. We are grateful, and we'll continue to do our best, and we'll continue seeking your guidance when things get heated up. So thank you very much. The next agenda, I'll invite Neema. Neema will join us to take us through the minutes of the last AGM so that we're able to take note of what we discussed. So I think key highlights, as Neema prepares to come, key highlights from what the MD has said is additional voluntary contribution, which is a very good product. You know, one thing you need to know is that the government is already proposing to increase the non-taxable amount from 20,000 a month to 30,000 a month. So that means if your contributions have been around 20,000, you can add 5,000 on top or 10, and it will still not be taxed at contribution. You see, so those are things that you can take advantage of, and of course with the power of compounding, for maybe most of us who are, because our membership is very young, it's quite young, give yourself 10 years of that AVC plus what you're contributing. Whatever you'll have realized after those 5-10 years, you'll actually be shocked by how much growth your fund will have grown. So I'll urge you to add on to whatever you're contributing, and even post-retirement medical scheme. Yeah, it's something that, you know, that money is invested together with the other monies. So the moment it's invested, when now you're retiring, that money is used to buy you a medical cover, which of course will be subsidized because you contributed from the very beginning. So let's look into that. You can see any of the trustees, they'll be able to give you information about it, and it will be of great help to you. Tunataka, nilikuwa naambia Gideon, you know, when we retire, we don't want to tembea hapa tukibeba matawi ati pesa yetu haikutoka sijui nini. I want tukikutana tunakula nyama hapa kidogo, we talk a few things. Yeah, that time we are driving a good car, sote. You know, we even maybe have drivers. Our investments are doing well. That's what we want. A dignified retirement for every member. So whatever information we get about retirement, we'll be able to share with you. Something that can add value to you. Naanza hata 2,000, hata 1,000. Ukianza kuongeza, it'll grow. It will grow. So kindly participate in these investments. They'll be of great help to you in the future. So Neema, if you're ready, are you? All right. So I can take one question. Okay. Iko swali. Yeah, so there's MD talked about AVC, post-retirement medical. He also talked about how we need to safeguard these funds, because if we count that for every member, there are 4 other dependents. So kichapa hiyo 900 times 4 plus 900. Naona hiyo number ni kubwa. So we are not just working with the membership that we have, we are also working with those who depend on the people we have. And you know, in the African setting, you are not just taking care of your mother and father and your wife and children. You're also taking care of your in-laws, your siblings, nearly a whole village. Yeah, so mambo yako ikienda vibaya, ni hao watu wote wameteseka. So even as we do what we do, we are very conscious of that fact. You can be assured that these trustees, they don't just sit down to see how they can have more meetings and draw more allowance. They sit down to crack their heads. We've had meetings up to midnight at times. Tunatengeneza kakamukunji yetu kwa WhatsApp group, tunaongea hii tutafanya aje nini. Yeah, then we are able to make inroads. So let me assure you that these trustees are working tirelessly for you, and kindly wasumbueni. If you have something unaona yendi mzuri, look for them, ask them the hard questions, so that we are able to build this scheme together. So with that said, I think nita invite Neema. Neema is from Enwealth. Neema is a learned friend, so she's a legal expert. Yeah, she's advocate of the High Court. Yes. So Neema will take us through the minutes, then we can be able to react to them after that. So welcome, Neema.
Thank you, Chair. As you've heard, my name is Neema Kimathi, and I will take you through the minutes of the meeting held on 14th December 2023. So members, these are the minutes. We had the following trustees present. We had Peter Kariuki, Irene Moinket, Lambert Kimathi, Christopher Ngolo. Absent with apologies, we had Paul Ngugi and Irene Onyambo. In attendance, we had the following service providers. We had Hilary Kitur from VC Karani, the auditor, Seth Odhiambo from Retirement Benefits Authority, the regulator, Duke Ochako from Gen Africa, the fund manager, Yvonne Othieno from COP, the custodian, and from the administrator, that is Enwealth, we had Gift, Milka, and Maureen. The agenda for that day was the opening prayer, welcoming of members to the AGM, introduction of the trustees and service providers by the chairperson, speech by the chairperson, board of trustees representative, review of the minutes for the last AGM meeting, presentation of the audited accounts for the year ended 2022 by VC Karani, presentation of the fund management report by Gen Africa, presentation from the custodian COP, presentation from the regulator, and presentation from Enwealth. 10 and 11, trustee remuneration disclosure, and a Q&A session. We go straight to the body of the minutes, where the meeting began at 10:48 a.m. with opening remarks from the chairperson and an opening prayer from Pauline. The agenda for the AGM was read out to the members. The same was adopted after being proposed by Irene Cheruto and seconded by Lucy Were. Minute 2 was on the introduction of the trustees and service providers by the chair, who was Mr. Peter Kariuki, who welcomed the members to the AGM and introduced the trustees and service providers. Minute 3 was on the speech by the chair, who began his statement by welcoming all the members and service providers to the meeting. He introduced the board of trustees and service providers who had served in the financial year in review. He informed members that the scheme fund value as at the close of the financial year was 3.2 billion, a slight increase from 3.1 billion as at 31st December 21, owing to the contributions made during the year. He noted that only 3% of the scheme membership contributes to additional voluntary contributions, and another 3% contributes to post-retirement medical fund. This was a decrease from the 4% of the membership who did the voluntary contributions over the last 1 year, and encouraged members to continue doing the AVCs in order to secure their retirement pot. The chairperson further noted that during the session, member education session conducted across all the stations in the month of September that year. Members were accorded an opportunity to update their records. He appreciated all those who had participated. Members were urged to make use of the online portal provided by the administrator to closely monitor their savings and records. Members were informed that the scheme finalized on the scheme transition and concerns surrounding the data and transition were addressed, and the reserve amount of 36 million was distributed to the members as at 31st December 2021. Trustees approved the setting up of a trust fund within the scheme, where the minor beneficiaries of deceased scheme members will have their welfare addressed. On the scheme performance, members were informed that the scheme achieved a 0.6 gross return and a negative 0.6 gross return and a negative 1.6 as net return during the financial year ended 22. These were attributed to numerous factors in the economy, both micro and macro. Through the investment advisors, the board was continuously assessing various investment options to enhance the scheme's returns. Members were informed that 2 members of the board have not served in the board for 4 months. That was Rose Muhia, whose term lapsed on 31st July 23, and Benjamin Bugwa, who was removed from the board. The matter revolving the latter was at the tribunal. The chairperson affirmed members at the board was committed to ensuring the system, procedures, and practices within the fund reflect a high standard of corporate governance. The chairperson concluded remarks by thanking members for attending the AGM and encouraged the members to listen and seek clarification. We move to the minutes of the previous meeting held on 11th November 2022, which were confirmed by the members to be a true record. This was after being proposed by Evans and seconded by Bernard. Minute 5 was on the presentation of the audited accounts by VC Karani. The representative was Hilary Kitur. It was in the opinion of the auditor that the financial statements provided an accurate and fair view of the transactions. There was a presentation on the scheme of the statement in changes in net assets available for benefits. Minute 6 was on the fund management report by Gen Africa, the representative Duke Ochako, who gave the role of the fund manager, macroeconomic review of the year, inflation, interest rates, and the scheme fund value closing at 3.1. We had minute 7 on the presentation of the custody report by COP, represented by Yvonne Othieno, who gave the overview of custodial services, their role, what their annual affirmations were, and confirmed that all the assets were in safe custody, and the investment were as per the RBA guidelines and the IPS. The admin report by NWealth, as done by Gift Oscar, who gave a brief overview of the admin, their role, taxation, benefit access, annuity and income drawdown, beneficiaries, withdrawal procedure, and online portal access. Then we had a presentation from the regulator, represented by Seth Odhiambo, who gave their role, their industry statistics, recent regulatory changes, and upcoming regulations. Minute 10 was on the remuneration, and it was reported that the trustees are remunerated at the rate of 10,000 per sitting, inclusive of tax. Then we had the last minute on the question and answer session. I will quickly go through this. Members inquired on the negatives that appeared in the accounts. It was explained that it was change in fair value that arose from the valuing of mark to market. Members inquired whether the authority had conducted a governance audit for the scheme. It was explained that in the audited accounts, there was a governance disclosure. Members inquired what offshore investment pertained to and the risks involved, and the fund manager explained. Members suggested that the scheme invest in guaranteed arrangement, and the fund manager took them through the pros and cons of being in guaranteed arrangement. Members inquired why the NOB forms that they had filled are not being updated on the portal, and the administrator assured them that the portal would be updated. Members sought to know whether the mortgage regulations would be revived, and the representative from RBA informed they were in the process of clearing the feedback they had gotten from members and would undertake public participation. Members noted that some of them had started contributing towards PRMF, yet the same had not been indicated. Admin would provide statements for the same. Members requested that their statements include a breakdown of the balances brought forward from 2010. Members sought to know the reason why the board had removed one of the trustees, and the representative from the RBA guided that the matter was at the tribunal and it would not be prudent to discuss. Members would be informed once it was concluded. Members inquired why the CEO of the sponsor was sitting as a trustee, and it was explained that the sponsor had power to nominate sponsor-nominated trustees who they deem fit for trusteeship. Members reported that there had been a letter written to RBA, but the member had not received a response, and the representative from RBA explained that the member follows through the RBA to receive a response. On any other business, there was no other business, and the meeting was adjourned at 3:34 p.m. with closing remarks from the chair and a word of prayer from Zablon. That marks the end of the presentation of the minutes. If this is a true reflection of what was discussed, the same can be adopted. For members who are present during the AGM, we can get a proposer of the minutes and a seconder.
I attended that AGM, but I'm conflicted right now, so I can't second, neither can I propose. So I'm trying to remember, nani tulikuwa nae? Katibu, karibu sana. Welcome. Yeah. Who attended? Nyosha tu mkono if you attended the last AGM. Oh, Ben. So, are you satisfied? All right. So you can propose that the minutes are a correct reflection of Nini. Who will second it for us? Oh, Finch. Enoch. We have even seconding and thirding, so we're good. Yeah.
Through the chair, can I get the names of the proposer?
The proposer is Bernard. Okay. No, not Bernard Finch. Bernard Kosgei. Bernard Kosgei, and another Bernard is seconding. Bernard Finch. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
So. Any reactions? Maybe there are reactions over and above so that we can adopt them with amendments. Is it sawa? Okay. Yes.
Okay, just asking. Okay, my name is Wellington Kivure. Have the negatives that were recorded, have they been corrected to date? How do you have a positive growth?
Now, I don't know if we'll invite the service providers to speak on that, but let me say something about the negatives. This is what is called, and there are many professionals here, they'll correct me if I say the wrong thing. This is what we call unrealized losses. So they came about because it was rampant within most segregated schemes like ours. They went into the negative, reason being the valuation of the government securities was done as if you're disposing whatever you have. So if you notice, when the new government came in 2022, they had a huge appetite for credit. So they went out and started issuing so many government security bonds. So with that, the rates went very high because the banks and institutional lenders were really taking that up. So when the rates went up, whatever we were holding was actually of a lower rate than what was being issued in the market. So if you were to evaluate it or value it according to the market rate, then that will mean it has gotten a negative valuation capital-wise. So that is what was actually distributed to members as negative. Not that money was lost, but now the valuation, according to good accounting practices, you have to value it as per the market value. But now the pension scheme space guys gathered together and they petitioned RBA and Treasury. So what happened, although people from ISPAC had issue with that, the valuation now is done as per the value, as what is it called? Fair value. Yeah? Hold to maturity. So it's assumed that whatever you're holding as a bond, you not sell it midway. You will not dispose it, you'll hold it up to the time it matures. So the returns, of course, remain the same. Whatever you get half year is the same. But now the value of the bonds now doesn't change. However, if now like the rates are going down now, because now we had hit, I think, 17%, Fred. The last, did it get to 18? 18. Yeah. 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 Yes. So now, hii ni msumeno inakata mbele na nyuma. So now that we are not distributing unrealized loss, we are not also distributing unrealized gain. So now that the rates have gone down, and we are holding at 17, then the rate now has come down to maybe 12, 13. So that means whatever we have is higher than the market by around 4%. We'll still not value it higher. Reason is the law, it's called legal notice number 28 of 2023, I think. Legal notice number 28. You're not allowed to also distribute unrealized gain. Yeah, so both ways, so the long and short of it will not be seeing this. It's very unlikely for us to see negatives in the future, so long as that valuation method is in place. Yeah, so that's exactly what happened. Yes, I hope I've answered. Okay, so. Sawa sawa. So thank you, Nema. Thank you, members. I know there are a few matters arising from the minutes, and I see people looking at me in a manner likely to suggest they want to ask questions. But kindly, let's get done with the program. We'll have a question and answer session as we go along, so you'll be able to ask all the questions. Note them down, then we'll answer them later on. And for those who are online, kindly send your questions via that link. Send us the questions so that when the time comes, we'll be able to respond to them. So at this juncture, I'll want us to go to the next agenda item. Just give me a minute. The next agenda item. You know, these digital things at times they waste our time. They really try and misbehave at times. Yeah, so maybe to just allay fears, I think the auditor is next. Okay. Just to allay fears, Duke will come to speak to us, the guy from Gen Africa. This year, Duke can assure us that we have a double-digit growth. Is that so? Yeah, so just to cool the temperatures, hakuna negative huu mwaka. Okay. Hakuna negatives huu mwaka. So all will be well. So at this juncture, I'll invite the auditor. he'll introduce himself. He's the guest of honor today. He's the one who's giving us all the facts and figures. So, karibu sana.
Board of Trustees, members, fellow service providers, good morning. Good morning again. My name is CPA Daniel Kabiru. I'm the managing partner at UHY, and I'm the auditor of the scheme. So I will walk us through the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2023. And have some presentation. Next slide. So, as a way of introduction, our firm is called UHY. In full, it stands for Ubak Hakayang. We are affiliated to a network of firms. So, as I stand here, my responsibility, or as the responsibility of the auditors, is to prepare audited set of accounts. This is a responsibility which is for the trustees, and they delegate that responsibility to the administrators. The administrators give us the numbers. We go through them. We are guided how we conduct our audit in accordance with international standards on auditing, and we ensure that the reports that we present today, and also they are presented to RBA, are in compliance with one, international financial reporting standards, what we refer to the IFRSs. Number two, they're in compliance with the RBA Act, who is the regulator, and we also fall under that act. Next slide. So the complete set of financial statements is usually around 21 pages. So I'll just give two key highlights from that report. From that report, on page number 2, there's what we call financial review. The financial review basically looks at a snapshot of the performance of the scheme during the period, but of interest and what hits your account is the interest that was credited to each member's account. So during the period of audit, 5.1% was credited to the registered scheme, and the unregistered scheme we have 2.57. The difference basically is because of the unregistered portion of the scheme is subjected to tax. So as the chair has alluded, end of last year, there was a circular that was given by RBA. It was on 21st of December, where it talked about investments that are done in government bonds will not be marked to market, will be marked to market. However, that portion of unrealized either gain or loss will not be credited to the member's account. So that is the key difference that we have between the accounts that we had previously and that guide that was given by RBA. Again, the chair has alluded, for us as practitioners, ISPAC, we were not for that, but we came to a compromise where the reports are going to be prepared as usual. We mark to market. However, the only difference is what is credited into the member's account. So we will see that in the accounts, there is a negative reserve that is created in relation to that balance. So we'll be able to see that number. So I'll go straight to the numbers, which looks at the performance during the period. So the first item we have is the contributions that were received during the period. So we do have a contribution by the employer at a rate of 14.5%. And we also have a contribution by the employee at a rate of 7.5%. So cumulatively, during the period, we can see a reduction of 3%. period we have 256 million. In the period of audit, 249 was received. Members who left during the period, what we referred to as benefits paid and payable, a reduction of around 42%. Previous period we had 134 million. In the period of audit, we had 77. So net dealing with members, those two numbers, we can see an increase from 121 million to 171 million. The next items we have is the return on investments. So as you are aware, all the assets are invested by the fund managers, and interest and income is received. So during the period, we did have an increase of 15% from 323 million to 372. And if you look at that particular income, the bulk of the income, which is related to the investment that we have, is for interest from treasury bonds. In terms of weight, that's 79%, and the absolute number is 293 during the period. Then we also have around 11% in terms of weight of the 372. That was from dividends income. And the other one is basically interest from short-term deposits. In terms of weight, that was 7%. Absolute number, we're looking at 24 million. So, as I had mentioned, the way the numbers are supposed to be prepared is that we mark to market all the investments that we have. So during that period, we're able to see that there was unrealized, or what we can refer to as a book loss. In the previous period, we had 326 million. Period of audit, we have 363. And if you look at the makeup of this particular number, the bulk of it relates to changes in market valuation of equities. That was 258 million. Then we also have the bonds, the 184 million. And this 184 million, from the books, it creates a reserve which was not credited into your account. However, I know that in the current period, based on the performance, and I know the fund manager will talk about it, we expect positive book valuation, that will have now a positive valuation or reserve that will not be credited into members. The other item we have was offshore investment, which had a book gain of 79 million. So cumulatively, a book loss of 363. Then we also have investment management expenses, a slight increase from 9.1 to 9.6. Then we also have other expenses, that is administrative expenses, slight increase from 16.7 to 17.1. Then taxation is basically related to the income that I've mentioned above. So there was an increase from 17.2 to 18.5. Net return on investments, we do have negative. And basically the weight is basically in relation to the fair value investment of that book loss. So in the previous period we had a negative 46. In the period of audit we had 36. Now if we pick the net dealing with members of the 171 million less the 136 million, we have an increase of 135 million. Which represent 4% increase in the fund value. We did open with a value of 3.2 billion. Then we increased by the 135 million, and we closed as at 31st of December 2023 with a figure of 3 billion 338,731,000. Next slide. So the next slides looks at the assets, all the assets that are held by the scheme as at 31st of December 2023. I've mentioned that all these are valued and marked to market. So the first item we have are investments, which are invested by the fund managers. So cumulatively, we do have a figure of 3.1 billion, and the call and demand deposits of 202 million. So cumulatively, we are looking at around 3.3 investments. So in terms of weight, we can see that the investments, 74% is held in government bonds and security, which increased in value from 2.2 billion to 2.4 billion. Then in terms of weight, the next item are quoted investments, which represent a weight of 14%. Equities, which is 473 million. That's the third item on that row. So the major decrease is because of the valuation that I talked about. So the other item in terms of weight, we also have offshore investment, 6%, that increased almost by 100% from 102 million to 196. Then again, we do have short-term deposits that increased, that is on the section below, which increased from 35 million to 202. So if we look at the investments in total, there was an increase because we're looking at 3.3 in the current period, up from 3.1 billion. Then current assets basically refers to assets that we expect to realize within a period of 12 months. So the first item is basically receivable, which reduced from 66 million to 41 million. Then we also have bank balance, which reduced from 7.8 million to 674,000. So cumulatively, net current assets increased from 109 million to 244. Then we have current liabilities, what we do expect to realize the expenses or pay within a period of 12 months. Mainly we have payables, which increased from 10 million to 11. Then there was a payable of tax in the previous period. In the current period, we have a recoverable. So net current assets increased from 97 million to 235. Then if now we sum up the net current assets and the investment that we have, we did close the fund value at 3.3 billion. So next slide. As I had mentioned, that our responsibility is to give an opinion on the numbers that have been prepared by the trustees. Our audit report has many paragraphs. It has 21 paragraphs, but the summary is usually found in the second, on our audit report, the second paragraph, which states, I will read it in verbatim. In our opinion, the company financial statements give a true and fair view of the scheme's net asset available for the benefit as at 31st of December 2023, and of the changes in net assets available for the benefits and the cash flow for the year ended in accordance with the IFRS and the RBA Act. So basically what we are confirming, what I'm confirming as the auditors, is that we have clean books and we are happy with the numbers that have been presented to us. And this report was signed by myself on the 28th of March 2024. So thank you very much. Hand it back to the chair or the session chair. I don't know if questions will come later. Thank you.
questions? Do we have any questions for our auditor from members? Before we give the opportunity to the next presenter, we welcome questions.
Yes, we do have a question from our dear member, Diana. So, Diana, you're going to ask our auditor a question, but I'll start with the chair. So, Bona Chair, Masinde.
Thank you. I'm here just like an ordinary member, but not the chair. So, sijui kama tumechengwa ama ni nini, but I wish we had some hard copies. Mimi ni fundi, like napenda makaratasi. So, sijui kama tumechengwa ama ni nini, watu wa finance mtusaidie. Because mimi ukinionyesha tu numbers kwa screen, I cannot even follow. Thank you.
All right. I hope the chair of the investment committee, Mayoga, have you taken note of that? Diana, kindly ask your question.
Take the questions, then you'll respond. Yes, Diana, karibu.
Okay, thank you. We have just been presented with the minutes of last time, and one of the main things that was identified was that offshore investments were affected because of the war for Ukraine, and I'm seeing that we've increased our offshore investment in 2023. I needed to understand that, and then I wanted to understand why we increased our short-term deposits, and also why our payables and accruals have increased by 700,000. Is there like a breakdown of that in the statement? I'm only asking this because
it's okay.
We don't have the physical one. Thank you.
That is duly noted. I think the best person to answer all those questions will be our fund manager. So, Bwana Duke, before I invite you to the stage, could you kindly answer those two questions?
There's a third question.
There's an additional question from Noel.
Yes, good morning all.
Morning, Noel.
Okay, mine is an observation, and I think also still goes to the fund manager. When you look at changes in the fair value of the investments, you'll find that it is similar in year 2022 and year 2023. Is it a confirmation that the market conditions were similar in those two years, or is it an issue of the valuation model? Thank you.
Okay. Maybe we can allow our fund manager to respond to the questions by Diana and Mr. Noel. Then we'll also invite Trustee Frederick Mayoga to respond to the question from Cyprian, and maybe an addition or further clarifications to the questions from members. Duke.
Thank you. I think some of the questions were preempting my presentation next, so probably I will cover them on that in terms of allocation and how it has shifted from the previous year to the current year. Then again, I think the question around the fair value changes being the same, I found it a bit weird, but I think the auditor can clarify. It was exactly as last year. Maybe that's an error. I highly doubt it was exactly the same. Yeah. Maybe you can clarify. But on the other two questions, I'll clarify when I'm doing my presentation. It will be a bit easier.
Thank you. On the issue of fair value, it's a coincidence. The figures are almost very similar, not similar, because we can see an increase from 326 in the previous period, and 326 previous period, 363. in the current period. In the makeup, in the previous period, changes in quoted investments, the book loss increased from 183 million to 258. On the treasury bonds, there is again an increase from 102 million to 184 million. However, and this asks maybe indirectly answers the question that had been asked about offshore investments. In the current period of audit, the offshore investment realized a book gain of almost 80 million. In the previous period, there was a loss of 40 million. So the offshore investment performed really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Auditor.
Okay, thank you so much. I think maybe I'll respond to one question by Member Masinde. Then on other two, maybe I'll give my opinion as an analyst, but I know Duke will clarify the same. So with regards to the hard copies, I think we are trying to save on cost, and the copies were actually sent on soft copy. So we avoided to have hard copies. Maybe if the members think that we should still produce the hard copies, we can actually go on. But from our side, as the Chair of Finance and Investment, we are trying to work on a very strict budget. With regards to, I don't know if it's okay. Guru, is it okay? It was purely a budget issue. Yeah, we are trying to save on our expenses, because there are some, when we talk about the budget, there are other expenses that we have no control, like the payment for the service providers, the taxations, but other things, like maybe the AGMs, the publications, we can actually save on it.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Last year, that was the same answer we were given, and we also asked that question last year. And at least last year, they struggled to get us some 5 copies so we could share. Because it is hard to follow those things when you don't have the hard copies. It's not easy to ask questions. And you know you sent it this morning.
Okay, we can still have the hard copies after the meeting. Maybe if at all the members actually would actually want us to have the hard copies. It's still, we can still print them, but from our end, we were actually trying to save on the cost.
I'm just saying that it's really important to have a hard copy, because for most of us who are in the field there, the internet there where we are, it's poor. You don't have time to open your phone, go through those books. So a hard copy, it will be really necessary for it to be there.
Okay, that is well noted, and we promise you, maybe I think within less than 1 week, the hard copies will actually be supplied. Okay.
Thank you once more. I think on when you talk about issues to do with cost, I think as members we need all of us to come into consensus, because I'm saying when you talk about costs, all as members we need to come into a consensus, and if that's the case, then you should actually decide on how many copies should be printed in each and every financial year, because we can't make expensive copies for the sake of making them, because some of them will just go gather dust somewhere, not really being taken in seriously as they're supposed to be taken. So we need to agree how many copies will be enough, so that we are equally economical in our operations. Thank you.
Morning, members. First, we apologize for those that we've ambushed with the presentation. I think in our assumption when we were sending the notice and we attached the financials, we hoped that members will have had time to go through them. But as we said from the beginning, we are ready for your suggestions. So what we are noting is that going forward for any meetings, we should not assume that the soft copies are sent in advance are sufficient. So we really apologize for that. We'll make sure that in our next meetings, we'll be having hard copies so that we don't lose our members, because this is your money and you have a right to ask any question that pertains to how the monies are being managed and even invested. So I think to the chair of the finance, maybe what we need to do, we need just to, even after this meeting, because remember we are going to have continuous engagement with the members, so we'll still give you those books. So in case there is any question that needs to be addressed, please forgive us. I know we are a new board, we've just come in to handle the baton that was handed over to us, but we are expecting that as we go along, any question, be it from previous years that a member has, we are going to be ready and willing to address them. So Cyprian and the rest of the members, apologies if the issue was raised last year, maybe we didn't pick it, but apologies for that. We'll make sure that we do better going forward. Thank you.
All right. One more question.
So the question goes to the auditor. You talked about some investment which we had a loss of 40 million, I guess so, in the year 2022, offshore investments. Now my question is, how much loss is enough loss to stop an investment? And again, for our trustees, at what point do you go to the investment manager, or what do we call, and then advise that to stop such investment?
Any more additional question? Bwana Duke, will you take that question kindly?
Thank you. I'll take the question on offshore. In 2022, offshore gave us a negative 28% return in terms of revaluation losses. Now, what we normally don't do is have a stop loss because all the investments that we make are more or less derived on their intrinsic value. It's not on short-term volatility. Now, interesting enough, if the trustees at the time decided to sell at that negative 28, you as a member could have booked that loss. Now, come 2023, as you heard from the auditor, offshore was the best performing asset class. When I look at the number, it was 76.9% return. Now the question is, if you made that decision of selling when things were bad, you actualize the loss and move on to something else, which is probably giving you 5 or 6. Now with the 76% you got last year, you are able to cover for the loss you made the previous year and actually continue to add on to the current year's return. So if you do the average for the 2 years, you are actually going to go home with around 18% return annualized, so for the 2 years, as opposed to selling it when it's at a loss. We do have some investments that we feel, even if they're at a loss, we need to exit. Those ones we normally come to the trustees and seek approval from the same. But we tend to be very long term. Just because maybe a stock is down this year, it doesn't mean it's a bad stock. It just means the environment is not conducive at that moment. We tend to be very long term. 2 years, 3 years, 5 years for offshore as well as equities. I hope that covers it.
Are we satisfied? Should we allow the fund manager to do his presentation? Kuko na burning question tafadhali. Tuulize hizi maswali leo. Are we satisfied? So we can invite the fund manager to proceed with his presentation.
Okay, maybe before the fund manager comes, I think we just need a concurrence. Now, because as a finance committee, then we can expense the same for hard copies. Like how many copies do we think we can print as members? Because 50 copies was actually costing us around 30,000. The design plus per copy print. Now maybe like from the members, how many copies should we be printing for any AGM? And we have it minuted.
100 is enough.
Okay, 100 is enough. Do we all agree? The members present?
Can anyone second this kindly? 100? 100? Are we satisfied with 100? Noel, kindly.
I mean, no, I'm not seconding. What I'm saying is, when you talk about 100, we are actually talking of around 105,000. Is that so? Cost.
Like I think for the first 50 cost 30,000, and then from there any extra copy cost 400 shillings.
Yeah, we have to be very objective when you're talking about these copies. Now, I've had a member Oyer complaining about the conditions out there in the field. That is really understandable. Now, they have camps, and now in these camps, I think it should be informed by what is going to really give the information to the members, but at a better cost, at a good cost. So, in the camp, Bwana Oyer, how many do you think will be sufficient for the members at the camp? So that now we go from camp to camp, then we come to office.
Talking to the experience I have had, because I was once a delegate, and we also used to have those hard copies from the steamer circle. I would say that each and every camp, if we have 5 copies, not even 5 copies per camp, of which now we have 4 camps, and then we have another 5 copies at the our mess. We put them there. I think it will be sufficient, so such that the cost won't be that bad. We make many copies and then they won't serve us.
So are we talking about 50 copies in total? Because the number has come down. So can we agree on 50 kindly?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret. On the issue of copies, we can also embrace technology. When we have a copy and then develop a QR code, you scan and develop the statement or even the copy. Thank you.
I think the member Margaret, I think the question is that some members want the hard copies. They want to have a touch of it.
It's okay, yes, we can have the hard copies, but also let's develop even having the QR code.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So 50?
Okay, I think the most important thing was to interrogate the copies as we hold the AGM. Because I think we are missing some point here. We wanted, as the presentation is going on, as the fund manager is presenting, we also interrogate those figures so that we can answer a question. So we are not talking about copies that we are going to keep. We are talking about copies to be used in this room.
All right. Thank you, Finch, and everyone else for that feedback. We promise to do better next time. I apologize on behalf of the entire team for that gap, but we promise that we'll do our best to make sure that by the next AGM, which should be within the first half of the year, next year, we'll have the copies so that you can be able to refer to them even as the auditor is giving his presentation. So we apologize for that, but as Fred said, within the next 1 week, 2 weeks, will be able to provide those 100 copies, if I got it right. So those 100 copies will be provided and they'll be distributed accordingly. So mtatusaidia kuzifikisha mahali zinafaa kukua. So apologies for that, and we promise to do better. Thank you. Si tuko sawa hapo? Iko sawa? Je, unaniangalia ni kama uko na maneno mengine? Iko sawa sawa. Sawa, zitafika na zikifika mtatuambia kama ziko sawa.
Penina ananiambia ni confirm, but sita confirm. Hizo copies nilikuwa nataka kwa meeting so that tunaweza kuulizana maswali.
Sawa sawa.
But going forward, please improve.
Sawa.
Thank you.
Haya. Mtatusamee kidogo, unajua sisi hata hatuku crawl, sisi tuliingia hivi, hata hatukutembea, tulikimbia. Sasa kidogo kuna mambo kidogo inakuwa gap, lakini tutarekebisha. Tunahakikishia tutarekebisha. Sawa sawa.
I think I'll respond to some other questions which were asked. Like there was a member who asked, maybe at what point does the trustees maybe actually inform the fund manager that we have to change our portfolio mix? And maybe just to respond to that, I want to assure you that the Finance and Investment Committee usually holds its meeting after every quarter. And we try to hold it at least not more than 3 weeks after the close of either quarter. So, for example, if we are in quarter 4, we actually make sure that we have the fund manager's report of quarter 3. As a committee, we interrogate it, and if at all there is any shortcoming that we see, we can actually act on it, then we actually inform the fund manager to do the same. But in the same breath, there's another member who asked about, and they're related, about as that financial year ending, that we had the short-term deposits, or maybe they said the short-term deposit and money market part of it was actually large. In the IPS, in the investment policy statement, we have 2 sectors. We have what we call the strategic asset allocation, which gives the fund manager maybe a long planning period, and we have the tactical asset allocation. So anytime the scheme has money, the investment manager always takes his time before deciding on which asset class to invest. So you might find that maybe at the close of that financial year, we had a larger chunk of it being invested tactically as the fund manager actually have a look at the market. With regard to the offshore, one aspect about offshore is that offshore usually does well when our shilling weakens, in most cases. And the projection from the fund manager, and I'm very sure even if you were to speak, he'll say that they still believe that the offshore market will do well. So that is why even from this year, if you have a look at the portfolio mix, we have actually been increasing the offshore. And he'll also tell you that as we move forward, with the shilling dipping, they'll actually maybe take a slight backseat and invest in those other asset classes. So the investment decisions and the asset allocations are purely based on, number one, the investment policy statement, of course, which puts into consideration all those other aspects that were said. Talk about the liquidity, maybe the liabilities that the scheme has to meet, and the market condition. So we'd like to assure you, as the chair of the finance committee, the reports that we get and we present to the full board, that the investment mix as of now is actually good. And from the report that we have, talking to this year, all our asset classes were above, number one, the benchmark, and number two, the IPS benchmark. So members, I'll confirm to you that the investment, the way they operate, is that each quarter might be different. So each quarter might be different, and if we were to rush maybe to change the asset allocation each quarter, then it might actually cost us more. The way the fund manager said, like you see, if at all maybe you were to sell off a bigger chunk, like our the current asset mix for bonds is a large number. It's actually closer to around 70%. So if at all the interest rate were actually going up, remember they are going up, now the bond, the market value was going low. So should we sell those bonds and incur that loss, whereas the fund manager himself, from their own projection, and maybe the government requirement, project that the interest rates will go up. So all these decisions, before they make, we actually have a meeting with them and we have a deep conversation.
Sawa sawa. I believe we are good. So I want to take this opportunity to invite our fund manager to make his presentation. And thereafter, we will have our custodian and the administrator. Then we'll take questions after that. Thank you.
Good morning, the trustees or members. I'll be taking you through the investment report. Put it up. Again, for those members who walked in late, my name is Gdc Chako. I work for a company called Gen Africa Asset Managers. Our work is mainly to invest for the scheme. So I'll be taking you on who is Gen Africa. Next slide. Again, this is a company that was founded way back in 1996. We currently manage in excess of 600 billion in segregated mandates. We do have over 100 pension plans that we manage for. Our core business, as indicated, is investment management, so we don't have any conflict of interest. So we are not an auditor, an administrator, or a custodian. We are licensed by both RBA and also CMA to function. In the pension scheme structure, again, you as members do elect trustees who take up the fiduciary responsibility of running the scheme. Again, the trustees of the scheme then appoint us service providers to provide services that the trustees are unable to provide. So that is how the structure looks like. Next slide. Next slide, kindly. Okay. Yeah, so our role in terms of what do we do for the scheme, our work is mainly on advisory on the available investment options in the market. So we'll take them through all the different asset classes that we do invest in: fixed income, equities, offshore, alternatives, and we are required to invest your scheme assets in accordance with an approved investment policy statement, which derives the asset allocation that the scheme does invest in. We also do conduct research on various asset classes as well as securities. We do report on the performance of the scheme to the trustees on a quarterly basis and also to the membership on an annual basis. We also are required to report to RBA the scheme returns on a quarterly basis. I will take you through the macroeconomic review for 2023. Again, the reason why we take you through the macros is for you to maybe have a glimpse of how the fund performed. So if the economy is not doing well, same case with the scheme, it will not be doing well because the different companies or asset classes that we invest in peg their performance on how the economy is doing. So for 2023, we did see the economy growing at a rate of 5.6%, which is a rebound of nearly 1% from 4.9 in the previous year. Again, we did see a lot of movement happening in the agricultural sector, which contracted in 2022. Again, just looking at the currency side, the shilling did continue depreciating 26.82% against the dollar to close at 156.46 in December 2023. Again, the main reason around the weakening was due to the high imports that we saw and also the debt service that the country was making in 2023. Inflation continued to remain relatively stable from 7.69 in the previous year to 7.69 in 2023 compared to 7.64 in 2022. Again, we did see a slight decline in the food price index from 13.08 to 9.77. Transport index, as well as housing, water, and electricity continued to increase during the period under review. And the expectation was around inflation coming down, but we'll discuss around outlook for 2024. Interest rates continued to edge upwards across all tenures. If you look at the red line, next slide. If we look at the red line, that is where interest rates were for different tenures of bonds, basically indicating that now the government was willing to pick up expensive debt and they were under pressure to borrow from the domestic market. If you look at the blue line, on average, interest rates were going at, in the previous year, at around 14%. In 2023, they were around 16%, so an increase of nearly 200 basis points. So our expectation then could have been, where do you put money if interest rates are going up? And that will come out clearly when I show you the asset allocation for the scheme. On local and offshore equity investments, the market performed poorly in 2023 with the Nairobi All Share Index declining 27.7%. Again, due to the existing macroeconomic challenges which were there in the market, we did see high interest rates, inflation was elevated, as well as foreign investor outflows, which led to the decline. In the global markets, we did see the market rebounding. Remember when I was answering the question, in 2022, the offshore markets gave us a negative return, the blue line there, in 2022 of -19. The red line in 2022 was around -23 for local equities. Last year, offshore markets were positive, 21.8%. Local market 27.7 negative. So basically meaning, again, if you add the 26% coming in from currency, it basically means you really made good money on offshore last year. We have seen an improvement in local equities this year, but I'll comment on it as we go by. The investment report, just looking at current status and asset allocation. From last year, we did reduce allocation to government bonds, and this was very strategic, from 70% to 65.8%, and the reason around it is interest rates were going up, so maturities that were happening during that period were being put into treasury bills as well as fixed deposits. That's why you see fixed deposits increasing from 0.89 in the previous year to 6%. Treasury bills increasing from 0.74 to 7.7. Again, you will see this shifting again this year, where we'll be now increasing government bonds as opposed to money market instruments. And the reason around it is we were shifting to money markets because interest rates were going up, so that now you can take an investment decision around locking in yields once they hit the optimum. So this year, where we have seen the optimum at around 18.4, 17%, 16% for the 10-year bond, we have been buying a lot of those bonds. So the 7%, 6% has been shifted now back to government bonds so that we can lock in that high yield and take advantage of those high yields. Equities, we did see a reduction from 24.22 to 14.3 2023. Again, this is on the back of the negative performance in the last 2 years. So we have not been increasing equities and just taking advantage of the fact that fixed income is performing better and shifting more money there. Offshore, we did increase from 3.26 to 5.88. Again, you have seen the performance that was there last year for offshore, around 76%, thereabouts. So we do expect this year the offshore market to have some level of volatility, not on the underlying mutual funds, but on the currency side. I think all of us have seen the shilling move from 156 all the way down to 129 shillings as at end of last week. So it basically means as a scheme, when the shilling is appreciating, we lose money. When it depreciates, we make money. But I do know at the end of, I think, October, the offshore markets, inclusive of currency, was giving us a return of around 12%, inclusive of that negative 17. So really, the offshore funds continue to perform better. Local equities this year, 2024, performing really well. I think we are up around 29%. So we are trying to recover the losses that we made in the previous years. And that's why I think being consistent and holding on, even when positions are negative, really pans out. So in terms of last year's performance, next slide on summary evaluation, we did open the financial year at 3.152 billion shillings, received contributions of 270, withdrawals that were made of 124. We did have an investment growth of 8.7 million, closing the year at 3.3 billion shillings, which translates to a mark-to-market return of 0.21. Now, I must say this is gross. The 0.21 is gross, but due to the new regulation around ignoring the unrealized loss on treasury bonds, what went into your statements is that positive of around 5.72 being gross. I think it came down to you as members at around 5%. So again, if new regulation didn't come in, you could have gone home now with a negative. But with the new regulation being introduced, you went home with a positive of around 5%. Now, how are we doing this year? Again, as indicated, same slide, kindly. Same slide. Yeah. This year, as you can see, in the last 2 years, 2022, 2023, I think we have not even gone above 100 million. This year, we have already made 481 million shillings in terms of investment growth, moving up to around 14.19. What will be distributed to members is around 13.55, and this was at end of September. So if everything holds, we do expect to give you a return above 15% this year because of the good performance in the markets. Historically, I think since we started investing for you from 2010, again, the first contribution being 13 million, now we are talking of 3.9 billion Kenya shillings. And as at end of November, I'm happy to say that the scheme has hit 4 billion shillings. I think we closed November with 4.2 billion shillings. So what is the contributor of your investment or your growth? And this being the last slide in terms of the numbers. Yeah, thank you. You'll realize that over time, the net contributions being the green, I'm assuming that is green, this is what you contribute to the scheme. So for the 3.9 billion, it's only 2 billion that is your contributions. The other contributor of that 3.9 billion is investment growth of 1.8 billion Kenya shillings. So that is the effect of you investing your money in a pension scheme. Yes, there's the benefit of you not touching it, but there's that level of compounding. And very soon, and I'm very sure before the end of next year, the red line is actually going to surpass the green line in terms of what is the contributor of your growth. So investment growth from next year will be the biggest contributor of your growth as opposed to your net contributions, which is really a positive thing. Finally, what do we see the markets performing this year in terms of the macros? Again, expectation is on the GDP side. We do expect a very moderate growth on the agricultural sector as well as the manufacturing sector. A little bit of volatility this year. We did see demonstrations as well as the repeal of the finance bill having a slight effect in the markets. So we do expect that slowdown to affect GDP growth this year. Inflation has been coming down, which is a positive thing. Again, on the back of low prices in the food price index, electricity as well as the transport index has been coming down. So that's a positive thing. I think as end of November, we did see the inflation number below 3%. Interest rates have been declining now. As we all know, the government did decide to also increase foreign debt inflows. We have seen the IMF coming in to support the Kenyan government as well as other commercial loans being taken. So we do expect now interest rates to start coming down, and that will have an effect now in those negative revaluation we were talking about. So this year we'll see positive revaluations when it comes to our bond portfolio. We do hope now that number more or less is passed on to members, but if it's not, then it's a positive thing because it keeps your return at a constant, so it's better to maximize on the yield side. On the exchange rate, again, we did see the shilling stabilizing this year. Again, a lot of fear was there at the beginning of the year in terms of the ability of the government to pay the Eurobond. Now that it was able to refinance it, I think investors are confident that the shilling will be stable, and we do expect a gradual decline now. I think we have hit a bottom of 129. We do expect now the normal depreciation of the shilling of around 6% to continue from next year into the future. The stock markets, again, we do expect very positive performance this year. We have seen very positive corporate earnings from the banking sector, very attractive valuations, as well as stability in the shilling, which is expected to move the markets. On the offshore side, global markets are expected to continue the positive trend that we saw last year. Again, we have seen inflation in the US, where we have domiciled most of our funds, declining. We have seen monetary policy coming in terms of easing. Also, geopolitics that was there, it's more or less starting to cool off, but again, we are a bit hedgy on that front, but we do expect a very positive performance in the year 2024. And with that, I will end my presentation and give it back to the chair for any directions around questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke. Thank you for that very detailed presentation. Kindly don't go very far. I'm sure these members will have questions for you. So this is what I'll propose. We let all the service providers present, then we take the questions after that. Sio ni sawa? Ndio tuokoe muda. Tukue na maswali as we go for lunch. See, we're in agreement. Yeah, so let me invite the custodian now. Yvonne, welcome. Yeah, one of the things that Duke didn't say is that once in a while he plays golf. So, nataka nifundishe, but that's besides the point. So, Yvonne, you ready? Sawa sawa, karibu. I think. So, Gift, you're ready with Yvonne's presentation? Okay, so.
Good morning, members. Or is it afternoon?
It's afternoon.
Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, members again. It's almost lunchtime and I'm usually very energetic at this time of the day. Good afternoon, members. Now, as we wait for the presentation to be projected, members, any one of you can just tell me, the first person to tell me what is the role of a custodian? I'll give you a small gift. What is the role of a custodian? What do we do for you as the scheme, as the GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme? Any member? Any member, the first person? Are we that boring? First member, even if you raise your hand.
Hello.
Yes.
The role of custodian is to foresee that our scheme is managed properly.
Well done. Give me 1 second so that the next person will answer something correctly before I present. I'll give you something too. No, just maybe he has tried. You know, he has attempted. One, we do not oversee, but we keep safe custody of your assets. He's the first person who at least attempted. So, when you attempt, so the next person who will be able to attempt, yes.
Diana.
Thank you, member. So, as we start the presentation. So now, oh yes.
Custodian is someone who takes care or protects something.
Sorry?
Who takes care or protect, like a child or...
Oh yes. Thank you. I think you also had the member education, eh? Thank you. Thank you very much, member. Thank you. At least now my presentation can actually be shorter and I try to make it more interesting, yes? So as we go to the presentation on what do we do as a custodian, what is our role? As a custodian, we act on behalf of the scheme. That is GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme, and the nomination and the nominee account. Because as a custodian, we act on behalf of the scheme, and your nominee account is COP Custody Nominee Account 53,000. So, please try to remember these things. I think I have one more thing in store. Yes? So, what is the role of a custodian? First of all, who is Cooperative Bank? Just to tell you a brief history of the Cooperative Bank. As Coop Bank were founded in the 1960s, and ours was founded on the cooperative movement. How many of us are members of cooperative society? All of us. So we were actually formed through the cooperative societies who came together to form the bank. So about 3,800 cooperative societies are actually shareholders of the bank who own 0.56% of the shareholding. The rest is owned by individual shareholders. One, as a bank, we're fully aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, that's the SDGs, whereby we enhance financial inclusion by helping millions of people achieve their ambitions in a responsible and sustainable manner. So even as a bank, we're actually among the dominant forces in Kenya and within the region of Kenya and East Africa, where we have one of our branches in South Sudan, and we serve customers across the spectrum. Individuals, that is, I'm hoping several of you have Coop Bank accounts or your children have accounts at Cooperative Bank, and also MSMEs, also cooperative societies, large corporates, financial institutions, and the government. So we have invested in innovative products, efficient processes in digitization to serve our customers. So now, just to give you a brief, what is our role as a custodian? One, safekeeping. We keep safe assets. We register and service assets on behalf of the scheme. So maybe members, what is an asset? For those of you who attended the member training, what is an asset?
What's an asset?
Anyone? Even an attempt? Yes, there's a lady at the back.
Good afternoon. An asset is something which is tangible and can be seen.
An asset is a resource that has value and can generate income.
So I have two things I'll give you two ladies in the next few minutes. So yes, you're correct. These are the assets that we keep in safe custody. The assets that you have, that is like cash, coal, fixed deposits, offshore investments. So those are among the assets that are held in safe custody. Also trade settlement, whereby we buy and sell investments on behalf of the scheme. And all of this we have to work in tandem with the fund manager. They give us instructions and we do the investments on behalf of the scheme. The fund manager cannot do that transaction. They give us the instructions so that we invest on behalf of the scheme. And then we also maintain central depository accounts. A central depository account is where your shares are held. Those are the equities. And then also corporate actions. From all these investments that you have, you see that we receive dividends. That is from the shares. We receive interest. That is from the coupons that you have. We receive profits. So any income that is accrued, we keep them into the safe account, into the bank account, and also advise the fund manager of any funds received for their further investment. And then reconciliation and reporting finally, whereby we reconcile the transactions that have affected the assets, and we report now during quarterly to the Board of Trustees, and now also we're telling you during the annual general meeting. So now briefly I'll give you a highlight of our roles and how we work with the administrator and the fund manager. So one, the administrator advises us of any payments that are due to the scheme, and they also advise the trustees on any contributions that have been received. We as a custodian, we receive contributions and instructions to pay. Also, we advise the fund manager to avail funds in case there's an instruction that needs to be paid, a member that needs to be paid, and there are no funds. We advise the fund manager to provide the funding. And what does the fund manager do? They make investment decisions and advise us as the custodian to settle, and also provide funding for the payments. So as we move to greater heights, what are our expectations and our further engagements with the trustees and the members? One, during our quarterly meetings, we're actually making sure that there's a better appreciation of our role as a custodian, and also the direction the fund is taking under the trustees' watch, whereby we give them reports on a quarterly basis to advise them on where we are heading as a scheme. And also receipt of contributions. Because we have bank accounts in place and depository accounts in operation, we receive contributions and settle investment instructions in a timely and professional manner on behalf of the scheme. Investment processing. We have, through the fund manager, we receive instructions on the assets to buy or sell to ensure continued growth of the fund. And finally, payment to exiting members. So once we receive instructions from the administrator, we facilitate payments to staff or their beneficiaries upon exit, whether through retirement, resignation, termination, or death. And now we also have experienced staff who are in the back office who do process the payment. So just to clarify that we don't just pay upon the instruction of the administrator, we also have to liaise with the fund manager who gives us a confirmation and a go-ahead to proceed with the payment. So any payment, any funds that are to leave, we must get instructions from the fund manager. So finally, on the assets under custody, this is just to confirm the assets under custody. As at 31st December 2023, as you'll see under cash, we held 674,500. Under the deposit, those are the call and fixed, we held 201,994,660.06. Under the government bonds, we held 2,176,070,553.94. Under the treasury bills, we held 254,523,142.86. Under the corporate bonds, we held 5,981,824.40. Under the equities, these are shares, we held 473,120,944.29. Under the mutual funds, these are offshore funds, investments, we held 194,566,053.03. So the asset as at 31st December 2023 was 3,306,931,679.08. So this is the end of my report, and now at least as the scheme members, now you understand what assets are? Or was it a boring presentation because everybody is so serious, there are no smiles? Ama ninja ya lunchtime. Okay, thank you members, and that's the end of the report, and back to you, Chair.
Okay, maybe ndio tusilale, tupigie Yvonne makofi. So we can do factorial. Just factorial of 5. We do 5, then we do 4, then we do. So we can 1, 2, 3 go. So we do 5. Thank you. Yeah, so I know Duke atukumpigia, lakini he'll come back here again. So we'll save his claps for that time. So thank you Yvonne for that wonderful presentation. If I knew that there are gifts, ningeinua mkono, sijui kama angekubali pia mimi nijibu. Yeah, so that at least I carry something home. Yeah, but nitamtafuta after this. However, I think the next one will be the administrator. I don't know if the administrator is ready. Yes, gift is here. Yeah, so Duke, I'll want you to come back and share on the products after gift. As we take the question and answers, the products that you guys offer, and even Yvonne and gift as well. Yeah, so that the members can also benefit. Unajua watu kienda kuomba advice, you pay a lot of money. So now that we are paying them, see watupatie hizo vitu for free leo. Yeah, so that at least we are able to know the products that they offer, investment products. So thank you Yvonne, and gift, you ready? All right. Ano, nataka kuuliza swali. Okay, sawa, karibu gift.
Thank you, Chair. I think we can also appreciate Chair with a clap. So, as I had mentioned, my name is Gift Oscar, the administrator. But before I start off, I just want you to look at in front of your neighbor in terms of the desk. There is a green dish. And I want you to count the number of sweets on that dish. And if you can count more than 2 sweets, I want you to raise your hand. More than 2 sweets. Okay. So, as far as I know, when you got here, each plate had at least more than 9 sweets. So, the fact that we have less than 3 people who have more than 2 sweets on their plate. Chair, that means that it's a clear message that now anyone who comes here should look at their watch carefully, because it means that the blood sugar has started going down. I work for Annual Financial Services, and Annual Financial Services is one of the many registered pension administrators in Kenya. We are registered in Kenya, Uganda, and Mauritius to offer financial services. As an institution, our vision is a lifetime of financial well-being and dignity. So as far as we manage your pension, we just also want to ensure that as a member, you have a lifetime of financial well-being and dignity. We look at achieving this through an economic empowerment, by economic empowerment through innovative financial solutions. You are anchored on 4 pillars in terms of the core values. That is trust, excellence, fun at work, and also we embrace innovation. So we have been in operation for the last about 13 years. So I think you are our elders in terms of the age by 1 year, because I think GDC should be 14 years and we are 13 years. So you are our elder brother, and I think we appreciate that in terms of existence. Our clientele is diverse in terms of industry. So we manage both government and private sector in terms of pension administration. Quite a number of banks in terms of the private sector. We also, in the education sector, we handle universities. Government parastatals like the GDC. We also do the Public Service Commission, the National Police Service Commission, and many other institutions. So we offer a wide array in terms of the services. I know that you only interact with us majorly on pension, but it's not only pension that defines us as an institution. We also have other services like retirement benefits consulting services. We also do training services. We do insurance. We do also corporate trustee services. We have a number of products over and above the pension that we manage for you. We have an income drawdown fund. We have a trust fund. Trust fund majorly helps especially the children whose parents are deceased, and these children are minors. That means that they are less than 18 years old. So what happens is that in an unfortunate event of death, and there are benefits that are in the scheme, the Board of Trustees would make a resolution to be able to apply those benefits in the best interest of the beneficiaries of the deceased member. In an event that among the beneficiaries have minors, then the Board of Trustees will make a resolution to ensure that the minors' funds are actually transferred within the trust fund, which then will take care of all the financial needs of these children, including medical expenses, upkeep, as well as academic education funding, so that then these children are able to continue living in a financially stable environment. We have an umbrella fund which then takes care of many schemes that decides to come together to be able to cost share in terms of the management. We have a benevolent fund which, as a member, then you are able to actually open an account. In terms of the premiums that you pay for the benevolent fund, they range between as low as 2,500 all the way to 16 to 18,000. Now, in terms of the benefits that you stand to gain from this premium, is that in an unfortunate event that you lose your parent, your parents-in-law, your spouse, your child, or you as a principal member, then you are able to be compensated from 50,000 all the way to 0.5 million, depending on which premium you have subscribed into this particular product. So we also have a Baraka fund, and this is majorly for those of us who still have acting last bonds. This could be a good product for you. It helps you in terms of when you have a bundle of joy and you want to celebrate, then there is some financial support that you will get from this product. And then lastly, we have the post-retirement medical fund. This is a fund that will help you as a member to continue enjoying medical cover even after you exit GDC on retirement terms. So looking at the scope of our role as administrators of GDC, they are segregated into three main parts. That is the records and data management. When you're talking about records and data management, we are talking about the monthly contributions that you remit into the scheme. Every month there is a deduction on your pay slip which goes towards pension. It's our responsibility as administrators that after the HR team has deducted that money from your pay slip, they don't send that money to our office. We've had situations in the past where someone will come to our office and say that I want you to give me money in cash. We don't keep money as administrators. Money sits under the portfolio held by Yvonne. Again, Yvonne don't hold the physical cash. The money sits in form of assets which are invested by the fund manager. Ours is to ensure that the records are up to date in terms of your monthly statements. After the end of the year, Duke will do the investment and he will only say your scheme has had maybe 100 million. But he doesn't know that out of the 100 million, who receives what in terms of membership. As administrators, it's our role to ensure that now out of the 100 million, we apply on each member's account using the actuarial formulas to now determine that member A will receive this, member B will receive this, and member C will receive this. When you update your NOBs, those documents come to us and we ensure that these documents are duly updated. And that's what we do under records and data management, just in summary. The second category is investment accounting and services. This is where now on a quarterly basis, again, we also reconcile the books of accounts and do a summary report to the Board of Trustees. And the third one is secretarial and compliance management. We help the scheme to appreciate compliance and also ensure that the compliance of the scheme is at 100%. Perhaps as members, the only thing you see is the board, the service providers, the regulator, and the scheme. But the trustees will confirm to you that there is a lot of compliance that goes into managing our scheme. A lot of compliance. Some of the compliance issues are so critical that failure to comply would lead to monetary penalties that is directly billed to the Board of Trustees as individuals and not as a scheme. So we help the trustees to be able to know that these items need to comply by this day, and that's our role. You realize that when we came as administrators, the rate of service providers came one each, but administrator we came three. And perhaps this could help you to answer why we came three of us. That what we do as administrators is that it is segregated into at least 3 areas. And each area out of the 3 pillars at least is handled by a specific person. Because the amount of work in there is just so enormous to be handled by one person. So we have a team that handles records and data management. We have a team that handles investment accounting, which is represented by my colleague Viola. And then we have a team that is handled by compliance. It's handled by the legal team, which is represented here by our, they normally call themselves learned friends, the legal practitioners, lawyer Neema Kimathi. So just a summary of your scheme in terms of the core functions of your scheme. And maybe just to explain that as administrators, our main role is that we help the Board of Trustees also, still within the same breadth of compliance. We help the Board of Trustees in terms of guiding them on the best practice according to the policies, the best practice in the industry, as well as the Retirement Benefits Act provision, and any other relevant law that helps to guide the scheme. Now, looking at the core functions of the scheme, the main function is the investment of the scheme assets. There is also the payment of the scheme benefits to the members, member education sessions, safe custody of the scheme assets, and governance and compliance. These are the 5 major core functions of your scheme as GDC staff retirement benefit schemes. So anything that is done on a day-to-day basis for your scheme is actually circulates around these 5 items. Now, I know that Duke had already presented this graph. I know Duke's, the one presented by Duke is more updated one. And basically it's because Duke receives these assets real time. For us, we may not have them real time apart from the records that we hold. In terms of the actual assets, Duke have them real time. And that's why you realize that the graph that was presented by Duke was going all the way to, is it October, Duke, or November? It was going to October, but mine goes up to September. So looking at the scheme expenses, again, just to be able to guide, but before I move to the next slide on the expenses, maybe just to let you know in terms of the fund value, it's important for you as a member to acknowledge why we make such kind of presentation in terms of the fund value, to help you understand in terms of the categories of your fund. So in the retirement benefit space, fund values are normally categorized in terms of, or schemes are categorized in terms of the size of their fund value. So if a scheme has a fund value that is less than 100 million, it's normally called a small scheme. If a scheme has a fund value of between 100 million to 499 million, it is called a medium-sized scheme. If a scheme has a fund value of between 500 million to about 1.99 million, that is a large scheme. And any scheme that has a fund value of above 2 billion, it's a mega scheme. So ideally with this kind of graph, you're able to tell where you belong, isn't it? Where do you belong? Mega. Yeah, and I've always told the board that, you know, you rub shoulders with the big boys because at least your scheme is a mega scheme. Looking at the expenses that the scheme has incurred, again, it's important. I know that the auditor had presented all this in terms of the figures, and especially for the financial year ended 31st December 2023. As administrators, we come in just to also give you a wider array of how then the picture of the scheme. So in terms of the scheme expenses, we have just provided a 6-year analysis in terms of the expenses from 2018 all the way to 2023. Now, the retirement benefits regulations or provisions has provided, because I know someone may be looking at these figures and they are like, this is a lot of money. Actually, the figures are in millions. So what happens is that in the retirement benefit space, there is a provision in terms that guides the trustees in terms of the scheme expenses. So the market benchmark is 2% maximum. What that means is that the cost of running the scheme should be managed within a threshold of 2%. So when I was doing this summary, the most important thing that I need to highlight to you as members is that the scheme expense for this particular scheme, for this particular financial year, was at about 1.3%, which is way within the required expenses. Some of the expense items that the scheme incurs, they actually, let me call them generic expenses or statutory expenses, which the board does not have control over. For example, paying the service providers, paying the regulator in terms of the levy, paying KRA in terms of the taxes. And when you look at the audit report, when you have time to scrutinize, you realize that those particular vote heads have very huge expense costs. Now, to help you appreciate the structure, can I just move to the next slide? To help you appreciate the structure of the retirement benefits schemes, retirement benefit schemes have a very well-articulated, robust governance structure. So up there we have the Retirement Benefits Authority, who is the regulator, and this is actually an arm of the National Treasury because it reports to the National Treasury. Now, when employers establish, or when employers decide to establish pension schemes, actually there is no law in Kenya that requires employers to come up with pension schemes. So it is out of the goodwill of employers that they say, let me come up with a pension scheme to ensure that we shield our members in terms of financial integrity in retirement. Now employers set up a scheme. Once employers have set up a scheme, the law does not permit employers to be the ones running that scheme, but the law requires employers to select a team of people who will be able to run the scheme, and also the members to elect a team of people who will, together with the team nominated by the sponsor, manage the assets of the scheme. And these people are the ones that we are calling the board of trustees. Now, when we have the board of trustees there, because the trustees, over and above being trustees, they also have their day-to-day, responsibility under the GDC as an institution. And again, you may never find a trustee who has, expertise in all these aspects. Now, trustees are mandated to be able to subcontract other parties to be able to manage the scheme in professional capacity at different fronts. So in terms of the investment, the board of trustees will reach out and get an investment manager, who is now the fund manager. Then in terms of the custody, again, they will get the custodian. And then the administrative roles of the scheme, they will get an administrator who will manage the assets of, who will manage the scheme in terms of the administrative roles. All these people, they are actually registered and licensed. So Duke here is licensed by Capital Markets Authority and RBA to be able to do what he does. The custodian also is licensed to be able to manage retirement benefit assets. Retirement benefit space is so critical to an extent that you can't just be a custodian by the fact that you are a bank. No. In fact, we have so many banks in Kenya, but very few custodians. So you have to understand that not all banks are custodians, or not all banks have been approved to play the custodial roles. Very few of them have been authorized. Then we have the administrator. Now, over time, the scheme may require the services of other professional parties, which now we have like the actuary. What the actuary does is that he sits down and analyzes the scheme very well and advises the board through a document called the investment policy statement on how the asset classes will be allocated to be able to optimize the returns. And I want you to underline the word optimize, not to maximize. It is to optimize the returns for the scheme. Because when you're talking about maximizing, then it means that the board can do anything to get as high returns as possible. But when we are talking about that, then the aspect of risk comes into the question. Optimizing means that the board is working to ensure that they gain or they get the highest returns possible for the members, but at the same time being keen about the corresponding risks associated with the high returns. Then of course you have the auditor, and also you have legal advisors who come on board time and again just to be able to help the trustees put into the correct perspective the different legal provisions that are issued by the regulator over time. Allow me to jump some slides like the attributes and the duties of trustees. I know by now we know the duties of trustees, and thanks to the board because they already did the introduction and they expanded that particular introduction by also going forward to just mention their communities and what they do in those particular spaces. We have the regulator's mandate. Just proceed to the next slide. Up to the slides on contributions. Now, we have, just proceed, that one. Now, we have the makeup of the scheme in terms of the inflows. So, your contribution is 7.5% of your basic salary, what is deducted from your payslip every month towards the scheme. Your employer does almost double of that by remitting 14.5%. And I've always, since I started handling this scheme, Chair, but please don't record this, I've always been asking, why 7.5 then 14.5? Why not just 15? But it's a question I've been asking myself. Please don't say now administrator said now we are come as a bargaining, you know. Don't do that. So the employer does 14.5% of what your basic salary into the scheme, which I think it's actually a fair contribution. Actually, in the retirement benefit space, the maximum allowable contribution, consolidated contribution that can be done into the scheme is 30% of basic salary. That is employee plus employer. So the highest contribution rate into the scheme in Kenya is at 30%. Yours is at around 21% because of the 7.5% and the 14.5%. We know most schemes are actually playing in the range of 10% because they do 5% employer and 5% employer. In fact, in most private space, it's 5%. Now, looking at the interest allocation for 2023, and you realize that I have two figures here. We have an interest rate that includes the bond reserve, and we have an interest rate that does not include the bond reserve. It's important that I clarify this. If you listen carefully to the chair's remarks and the auditor and the fund manager, they mentioned something to do with the bond evaluation and also the disclosure to the members. So last year, 2023, in December, the regulator came up with a provision which required trustees not to apply the losses or the gains as a result of the debt instruments or the bond instruments to the member statements. But when Duke is doing his investment, he will actually do the investment and he will give the scheme all the unrealized gains and unrealized losses. When the auditor is doing the audit, he will go ahead and report all the figures as they are. But when it comes now to at the administrator's level, that particular provision stated that don't apply the unrealized gains or the unrealized losses for the bond instrument to the member statements. So the first row, it actually shows the position of your scheme plus the bond reserve, which was a negative reserve because of the bond valuation. You realize that the interest rates for the bond has actually been going up previously. So when the valuation was done of the assets, it actually translated to a negative reserve. But then when now we were doing the allocation of interest, that law did not allow us to be able to apply this on your statement. And that's why you have a positive interest on your statement for last year. However, the same figure, it is supposed to be booked as a reserve, bond reserve, in the scheme financials. Moving on, I think on this I'll just mention, just for your knowledge, that your pension is taxable. And it is taxable in 3 levels. The first level is taxable at your payroll. The second level is taxable at investment level. And the third aspect is taxable at access level. But of the importance to note is that at no point do we have double taxation. I think I need to emphasize that at no point do we have double taxation. It's just important for you as a member to understand that. So just proceed. Just scroll. I'll tell you. Just proceed. Just proceed. Just proceed up to that level. Now I just need to mention, and I've been telling him to proceed because I needed just to get a summary of what I needed to talk about, the slides that we have skipped. So as a member of the scheme, your benefits can be accessed, but then the manner in which your benefits can be accessed is controlled by the regulation. So you have about 5 or 6 instances. One is today, if you choose to resign from GDC as an employee, again, you can access your pension money. But if you resign today and you are less than 50 years, your pension money will be treated differently as if you resigned and you are above 50 years. Anyone who is 50 years and above, the law regards them as retirees, whether you are still working or not. The law regards you as a retiree. So anytime you exit employment and you are 50 years and above, then as per the provisions that guides GDC scheme, you will be paid 1/3 as a lump sum. And then the remaining 2/3 will be used to provide you with a series of regular income at retirement. Because now you no longer have a salary on a monthly basis. There has to be something that will help you to ensure that you are still sustainable. You can still sustain yourself. So I'm just being reminded that there is a list going around. Please remember to register your name, because that list is required. Normally it's reported during audit. So another instance is on ill health. If maybe in the course of working, you develop a health challenge that can no longer guarantee you to work effectively. Again, the law would mandate that you are able actually to access your dues just as on retirement. On immigration, if you decide today that maybe the problems in Kenya are too much and you want to try any other country, and you do not have intention to come back and live in Kenya, okay? Because we've had a few people in the last 2 or 3 years who have said now enough is enough, and you need to try and see greener pastures elsewhere. The law allows you to be able to access your dues. But again, remember that you need to provide the trustees with the relevant documentation that confirms that actually you do not have intention to come back and live in Kenya. Because again, previously we've had people who will just book modern coast and go to Uganda and say they have gone abroad. Then they will come to do what? To apply for pension that they are migrated to abroad. But again, the problem with that is that they will go eat everything and come back to Kenya. And now they already ate their pension. So with that then, the law requires that you should present to the trustees documentation that shows that you do not have intention to come back in Kenya, which includes permanent residence card for the country where you have moved to. The last one is, second last one is the transfer out, and this is where you used to work for another institution and you are in their pension scheme, and now you are working with GDC. It is recommended that you can try and consolidate all your dues under one basket. And then lastly is on unfortunate event of death, where your beneficiaries will be paid. We know that you do 7.5% from your pay slip, and also the employer does 14.5%. But you don't have always to do the 21%. You may choose to actually do the additional voluntary contribution, where you are topping up what is being contributed into the scheme, just to ensure that you accumulate as much for retirement as possible. In fact, while still on the same, you may do additional voluntary contribution and say that this one will go specifically towards my post-retirement medical provision. And what that means is that today you're working for GDC. And by the way, retirement is sure. The only thing we are sure is death and retirement. You know, we cannot work forever, isn't it? While we are still working, our employers have been generous enough to provide us with medical cover. But believe me, the day you resign from GDC or the day you retire from GDC, among the things that will be terminated is that particular cover. But now the question is, once you retire, does it mean that you will never fall sick? It's not the case, isn't it? So you need to make an arrangement so that while you have retired from GDC and you are no longer under GDC cover, there is another cover that will continue to ensure that you can get or receive the healthcare services. And that's what we call the post-retirement medical fund. So you may choose to do the additional voluntary contribution, but channel this additional voluntary contribution specifically to take care of your post-retirement medical cover. And I know in GDC we have quite a number of people who are doing the post-retirement medical cover actually, and they have been doing this for quite some time. I think I have already spoken into the post-retirement medical cover, so just scroll, please. Yeah, I've already spoken into the post-retirement medical cover. I'll just go straight to the beneficiaries. This is just still part of post-retirement medical cover. Just proceed to the beneficiary listing. The reason we keep on insisting that you update your beneficiaries is because, you know, it's only God who knows what tomorrow holds or what the next minute holds. All of us, we wake up hoping to be there for as many years as possible. But things happen, and, you know, it's only God who can tell. But the question is, after one exits, what happens to your dues? And that's why we keep on reminding members over and over again that you need to update your records as much as possible. And specifically the beneficiary listing. Because we have here, I'm sure we have here some employees who were employed here in 2010. And the people they nominated in 2010, surely they are still the ones you have on your beneficiary listing to date. Even if it was your mother who was 80 years in 2010. Right now she's 94 years. Okay? If you nominated your mother who was maybe 80 years and you are just single, right now you are married, you have children, and you're still having your mother as the beneficiary who has 100% benefits. God forbid death happens. Are you sure that where you will be happy if the trustees took the 100% of your pension, it would be maybe 10 million, and pay to your mother who is 94 years, and you have children and you have a spouse? Would you be happy with that decision? Okay. That's why we keep on reminding the members that let's keep updating our beneficiary listing. Actually, you can update your beneficiaries as more often as you can, as more often as you want. Okay? But I need to be clear on this statement. I don't mean that when you nominate someone and you quarrel in the evening, then in the morning you go and change. You tell trust secretary that you see now I have changed. Now you remove the person. No. You also try to do what? To be objective in your updating the listing. And then when the person comes with flower the next day again you come and another new form. You may even forget yourself to, to track the trail. So you need to ensure that your beneficiary listing is updated as much as possible. When we were starting this meeting, I had someone asking about policies, and I'll just speak into that in a few minutes. But by the way, I like the fact that we are also embracing technology. And again, there is a member who mentioned that why can't we embrace technology? And this technology platform has been provided to us by trustees through the administrators, where you can actually access the portal. You don't need to ask for your statement through email or through the trustees or the administrator, or wait until, after interest has been declared, then you get your statement. You can check. And even you can confirm on a monthly basis that actually the contributions have been remitted and remitted in good time. There is a law that guides how contributions actually should be remitted. So we have a platform which you can be able to log in, and then you provide the information and you able to log into the system. So I just want to mention on the good governance guidelines. Just go to the one that has scheme policies. Before the year 2000, or 2001, 2002 there, we didn't have a regulator in the retirement benefit space. So what that means sometimes is that maybe some of the things that could happen in the retirement benefit space were not regulated. So even as a member, if you had an issue, you had no one to report to. As service providers, if we had an issue, we had no one to clarify. As trustees, if they needed clarification, they had no one to rely on. So from 2002 thereabout to today, the retirement benefit industry has been evolving for the betterment of the services. And that's why you will see every AGM, we are guiding the members on one or two things that have come up and the members need to know. Now, in 2018, the schemes were recognized as institutions, because you can imagine, like currently, your trustees are handling 4.2 billion. You know that's almost a ministry allocation for a financial year. Okay? So that is an institution. Ebu ask your neighbor, how much are you worth? Ask your neighbor, and you don't have to respond unless if you are comfortable. How much are you worth? We are talking about a 4.2 billion company, which is managed by the trustees. So the regulator realized that they actually needed to come up with a well-structured, robust governance structure to be able to manage these particular funds. And among the so many things that they came up with includes the policies that would help to address and guide each and every item in terms of managing the scheme. So in total, we have about 13 policies that helps the trustees to run the scheme. These are the policies that are in place. You have board charter, evaluation policy, code of conduct and ethics, communication and education policy, interest of conflict, death benefits policy, election policy manual, governance manual, ICT policy, investment income distribution policy, procurement policy, remuneration policy, and risk management policy. So everything that is done in your scheme is actually managed under a specific policy. And all these policies, they have been filed with the regulator. They have been filed with the regulator. So the regulator is aware. So as I finish, I decided to defend myself by doing a frequently asked question section so that I can help to answer some questions ahead of time. And I'll just quickly go through them. I've already talked about the issue of you checking your balances or checking to get updated. Someone may be asking, can I obtain a medical cover for post-retirement? The answer is yes. You can actually obtain a medical cover for your post-retirement medical fund. This one works in two ways. One is that because right now you still have enough strength to work, you may choose to do additional voluntary contribution and state that this is going specifically towards my post-retirement medical fund. That is option one. Option two, if you feel that you look at the years that are remaining to retirement and you look at your budget priorities and you realize that that may not work, you may still continue to contribute normally into the scheme, but at the point of retirement, you may decide to take a portion, provided that that portion is not more than 10%, and dedicate it to provision of post-retirement medical fund. How post-retirement medical fund work is that you will get the money, put it in arrangement, and then that money will be used to be able to fund the medical premiums. So you'll still get the statement of your post-retirement medical fund. If it's 1 million or 2 million, the money will be invested every year. So a portion of it will be utilized to purchase or to service your post-retirement medical fund premiums, whereas you are covered. If you're working and your spouse is also working somewhere, you can actually put together the resources and have a joint post-retirement medical fund, which means that you are covered and your spouse is also covered. How long should payment of pension benefits take? Payment of pension benefits into your account as an individual in an event that you exit the scheme should be done within 30 days. Within 30 days. If it's a transfer to another scheme, it should be done within 60 days. I know that the board, we are working together with the board to ensure that these 30 days can be reduced to as less days as possible. In fact, if possible, about 14 days. And I think that's a commitment that we have, as well as the board, to put in place mechanisms to ensure that in an effort to serve you better as members of the scheme, that we reduce this particular time frame. Whereas the regulation says 30, we can actually do less than 30. And I know that when that happens, members will appreciate the service. Can I assign my pension dues to settle any insurance policies, loan facilities, or liabilities owed to me, owed to the sponsor by me? Now, I know this question may be a little bit interesting, but let me make a disclaimer that I am only here to advise purely on law. Okay? So that don't say, you see now our administrator even told us now you... No, please. I'm here to advise on the law. That you cannot assign your pension money to directly settle the liabilities that you have with your banker or with your bank or your policy, your insurance, or your employer. You can't. So if maybe someone is holding your pension, and as I said, a disclaimer, Chair, that I'm purely guiding on law, so that I'm not misquoted, that your pension money should not be used to settle scores in courts. Let me put it that way, okay? So ensure that if you have any liabilities, please make arrangement to settle them out of the pension space. The only assignability as far as pension is concerned is that you can be able to assign up to a maximum of 60% of your pension as a secondary mortgage collateral. And that's how safe pension is. That even though it's a mortgage where you are the one owning the house, but even you have first of all to provide primary collateral before you consider pension as a secondary collateral. And it's not 100%, it is actually 60%. Can I access a portion of my pension dues while still employed with GDC? Now, I said that when you reach 50, the law regards you as a retiree. But it does not mean that when you reach 50, but you are still working with GDC, you can go and say, now you see I'm 50, I want to access some portion of my pension. No. You have to separate from GDC before you are paid. So you could be 50, even if you are 59, and you're still working with GDC, please don't go and tell HR, you see now I'm 59, and I'm almost retiring, I'm already a retiree, so give me money. No, it will not be processed. So you have to wait until you hit the early retirement age, then you can access your money. If you are doing additional voluntary contribution, please take note that it is managed the same way your normal pension is managed. So it does not have a different treatment in terms of access. Because I have also had some members asking, now that I've been doing additional voluntary contribution, can I access it at any time? No. Once you contribute into the scheme, then the money will continue to be invested together with the rest of the funds, and then it will be paid. Can I appoint my spouse, my business, bank account details, or any of my kins to receive my pension dues on my behalf? Again, the answer here is no. Your pension money can never be paid to any other bank account apart from your bank account. Even if it is your joint account with your spouse, even if it's your business account registered under your name, it has to be a personal bank account, okay, where pension money can be paid. Only 2 instances where your pension money can be paid to a different bank account. One, God forbid, it is confirmed that you are of unsound mind, then your pension will be paid to your beneficiary, who will be your next of kin. But with the resolution of the Board of Trustees, bearing in mind that that particular person will be able to take care of you in that particular state. 2, in an unfortunate event of death, again, that's when your pension will apply to another party. So as I finish, there is this saying that I like quoting, that good retirement life does not happen by chance. It happens by decision and deliberate action towards making it. And where you sit in your youth determines where you will sit at retirement. Let your future not blame you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Gift. We give Gift factorial 5, si ndio? Tutayarishe, then we go. Thank you. Thank you, Gift. That was very well elaborated. Thank you for the information that you've shared with us. And we look forward to seeing more of that, especially the details of also the products that you offer as an entity. Yeah, so that even the members can participate on an individual level. Hata mimi kuna quote, nimeona Gift ametumia quote. There's a quote that I have heard elsewhere, yeah, that says ujana ni moshi. Yeah, so you know, we are young, then we are no longer young. We are strong, then the strength goes away. So whatever we do, let's plan. If we fail to plan, we are planning to fail. So asante Gift. There's a question that I think Oyer asked, why we don't have RBA with us. I can attest that we sent invites to RBA. We sent reminders, but unfortunately none of them attended today. But be that as it may, we'll still proceed. So that item on RBA, we'll skip that. Gift will come back to share with us about trustees remuneration disclosure. Then now we'll have our question and answer session. Then we'll now do a vote of thanks and close. Then we do lunch. So at this juncture, I'll want to have some of the questions that have been raised online. I think there are 2 remarks that I'll want to respond to. One I think Fred will respond to. Then one I'll respond to. I think Moses Kaemba asked for a clarification, and he said, why should you print copies after the AGM? Is it necessary? Why not print for the next AGM? So, you know, every member has a right to give their views. Those are the views of one of the members, Moses Kaemba. So as we have discussed, I think going forward we'll print the 100 copies for the financial year 2023. But now, as we've agreed, for the next AGM, we'll need to have the copies ready before the AGM. So I think we stand guided by that. And of course, the AGM is the decision-making meeting for the scheme. So as we are here, whatever resolutions that we come up with, we'll have to adhere to them, because these are the members, these are the owners of the scheme. So I think that is that. Trustee Fred, I think you'll come here and respond to another question. There's a member who asked, what is the cost of printing? How much money will be saved if we strictly use soft copies or print hard copies? So, Fred, you can come respond to that, and I think there are two other questions that you have. Yeah, so that we can deal with that as Gift prepares to come share with us about remuneration, the disclosure on the remuneration of trustees. So.
Thank you, members. I think maybe I'll respond to, there's a question that has been posted online about the cost. Like, if at all we were to share the same online, like we have, I think the cost is 0 shillings. But if we were to print, assuming that as trustees, we actually abide by our fiduciary to treat all members with an even hand, so that we print 1 copy for each member, then the expensed amount will be 355,600. So by not printing, we have actually saved 355,600. I'll respond to, I think there's another question by Shama Kiptui. He has asked 2 questions. The first question touches on the fund manager, the investment decisions that we make. He's saying that our assets is 74%. Currently, we've noted that the interest rate is going down. Now he's asking, what are we doing to mitigate that risk? Number one, maybe I'd just like to inform all members that we are currently in the process of reviewing our IPS, the investment policy statement. I think by 1st January, we should have another IPS. That is the document that guides us on which asset class to invest. But something else, as the fund manager said, I think investment in such decisions, we have this market volatility which might not extend for the longest period. I think it's not common for us to make a rash decision. I'll give you a classical example. I think there was a time when the dollar gained so much, right? I think from by up to around 40 shillings in less than 6 months. Then it came down. Number 2, what you have to know is that the bond, these are long-term investments. For example, if at all you had a bond maybe at 18%, then the rate comes down to 13%. For that particular 18% coupon bond, the income is fixed, regardless of whatever the market state. You have 2 risks if at all the fund manager were to actually dispose of the bond. Because currently, whatever we are witnessing is the interest rate risk. By the virtue of interest rate, if it goes down, then of course the value goes up. Now, if at all the fund manager decides to sell those bonds because the rates are going down, then can we actually get an investment that will give us that 18%? No. Now, I think now that brings us to the other risk that you have to be very keen on what we call the reinvestment risk. In that, maybe my initial investment was giving me 15%. Then there's a slight market volatility. I dispose of maybe in the secondary market. Once I have the money, I can't actually get another investment that will give me the same rate. In fact, mostly you'll find that you get an investment that gives you a lower rate. So as of now, any bond that was purchased when the rates were actually up, it's good for us. But again, when we say is that the market conditions that we've seen, that drastic drop in the interest rate, maybe you will say that it cannot be a direct pointer, because we can't have that each and every week we have a drop of close to 70 basis points if you have the 91-day bill. So I think right now I still believe that the asset allocation of the scheme is in sound position. Even though we are still waiting for the new IPS to see if at all we'll actually have to realign our IPS. There's another question that Shama has asked about. He noted rightfully that as the close of the year 2022, the short-term deposits were 35 million, and the close of the year 2002 2003 was 202 million. First of all, whatever we need to know is that this value does not mean that for the year of 2023 the short-term deposit was 202 million. No, it is as per that date when the auditing was done. Number two, what you have also to note is that when the fund manager is making investment decisions, remember, there's a place where he has to hold that money. Remember, the fund manager receives the money from either there's contribution. Number two, there's a government security, let's say a bond that was invested like some 10 or 8 years ago, it has matured. That principal amount comes to the fund manager. Maybe we have dividends that have been paid, or we have couple years that have been paid. Before the fund manager makes a decision for a long-term investment, there's what we call that, according to him, the IPS grants him and the trustees the leeway to actually decide on where to invest shortly, tactically, as he actually foresees the market for a long-term investment strategically. So this short-term deposit is a bigger chunk of it is a holding period before the fund manager makes that decision of long-term investment.
All right, thank you, Trustee Fred. Okay.
We have a few questions over here.
All right, so.
No, okay, I have several questions. Thank you for your presentations. So one is about the updating of beneficiaries. Mine is like, I've tried myself to update several times, but every time I check, it's not been updated. So maybe you can clarify on how someone is supposed to update the beneficiaries. And then my second question is about the transfer out. Some of us came from other companies to join GDC, so I'm just wondering, how can you help us transfer the money from the previous pension scheme to GDC? And then there's this issue of post-retirement medical cover. There's this Shisha. Is it possible for you to get the money from Shisha instead of from Shisha and put it in, put it in the post-retirement benefits instead of it going to Shisha? And then there's what percentage of the tax is, what is the percentage of tax at the point of access? Because already you're saying that it's not double taxation, but according to me it's double taxation, because when we are, every month you said when you get the money, when the money is deducted, it's already taxed. Is it taxed or it's not taxed? The pension amount is not taxed. Oh, that I needed that clarification. Thank you. So the point of access, what's the percentage of tax? That's what I would like to know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other, so that we answer them together?
So we have questions over here.
We'll not do all of them right now, but we can have a few of them. I can try respond to some of them and invite other trustees to also respond. So yes.
Thank you, Chair. When Gift took to the podium, I was expecting to be given a gift, but unfortunately I didn't get that gift. And the gift I'm requesting is, and for the entire membership, when are you uploading the missing statements? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I have two questions? One goes to the fund manager. The fund manager, I want him to qualify my statement. Is it correct to say that we made a loss in 2023? Because, no, this is 2024, 2023. Because according to him, we only saved by the government regulations. Question number two is that the fund manager talked so much about how the market was, and if you listened to him carefully, he was talking about this year, how we have improved this year as compared to how that market was last year. Now, are we doing report for last year or this year? And now that we are in December 2023, 2024, if there was an IPS or anything that we needed to improve for 2020, the mistakes we made in 2023 that we wanted to improve in 2024, how do we go about that? That is to say, why do we delay this AGM until December 2024 for last year? The second question is for gift. Gift, you talked about
around 13-14%, then now we can be able to net that off in this year, so that now the statements remain the same, but we also get to more or less deal with that small variance once and for all. So it's a win-win for us, and we thought that was the best way to deal with this issue. So we have finalized. And Gift, I don't know, Penina, can you give Gift a microphone to commit himself about this to the members kindly?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I think you've explained well the issue of the data. It's it has been a huge matter that has been pending over time, and I think you've done justice to be able to clarify on what's happening. I know there was also a meeting with the regulator on 19th of last month, where the regulator was just trying to find out what's happening and to know the way forward. So just to assure the members that we actually are working on this. We've been working on this, and what's remaining right now is that we are actually applying it in the system. We are looking at, you know, sometimes committing timelines can be tricky, but I know that by mid-February we should have closed on this. What will happen after this is that there will be a communication from the trustees to all the members, letting them know that the statements are now available on the portal, and in fact you will have an opportunity to look at your statement, scrutinize it from the first month you are deducted, even if it is 2010. Confirm with any other records you have whether it's correct, and confirm by signing that you have received your statement and it's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Sawa. So I think something that was I'd missed is that when we met the regulator and shared how far we are with that particular issue, the regulator noted that we need to get consent from the members. As Gift has rightly put, we need to get consent from the members about their statement. So when the statement is shared with you, you'll be able to scrutinize it, then you will give a clarification if you agree with it or not. And then from there, we can be able to move forward. Because, you know, we are in the era of public participation. We can't run before you guys approve. So that is where we are. But maybe just to clarify what the issue was, because also there were so many discussions about this issue, and at some point it was said that money was lost. Sasa hata mimi nikiwa upande huo mwingine, that is the thinking that I had, but I've been able to talk to some of you and explain this in detail. So in essence, there's an analogy I like using. You know, when you have an account, a bank account, you paid your salary, yeah, there was mileage that was to be paid, there was per diem that Finch was to process, you know, yote. So all that money hits your account. But if you don't get your pay slip and you didn't have a copy of the form that you filled your claim with, and you didn't have the copy of your mileage, then now you can't tell pesa gani ni ya mileage, pesa gani ni ya salary, you know, that kind of thing. So the issue we're talking about is the records, is the statements, it's not the money. So some of the issues we had with the report, because a report was done, an audit report, and I wish the former chair Kariuki was here. One of the issues we had was like what Marietta mentioned, that someone moves from another scheme to this scheme. But just because there's no proper documentation, when this money hits the account of the scheme, it is treated as income because it doesn't have documentation. So what happens? Pesa ya Evans Kimayo inadistributiwa everybody. So he brought in maybe 2 million. We are 1,000 members, so kila mtu anapewa 200 plus the interest. So now when the detailed audit was done, those things were noted, and the documentation that was needed for clarification was sought and everything. So what we have now is for now Kimayo's money to go back to him. Of course, that will mean all the other members will lose all that plus the interest. So those are some of the things that were there in that report. So the money, the fund does not reduce or grow in any way, but what changes is individual statements. I think that is important to be clarified so that we're able to know what this issue is about, even as we await our statements. So the fund manager is here. He'll respond to these questions that he was asked. So about the AGM delay, I agree with you. And as I'd said earlier, we intend to have our AGM within the first half. We've committed as trustees, we've been in discussion, and we're looking at modalities on how we can push that. The moment we get the auditor's report for this year, maybe in January or February, or maybe March latest, we can be able to start off. And one of the things, maybe it's premature, but I'll mention it here, we intend to create an ad hoc committee to just handle these matters of the AGM, so that we try and fast track it and have it latest July, we have our AGM. Yeah, so that, as you rightly put it, so that whatever issues that we faced this year, we can be able to make amends for next year, so that we don't go into the same challenges that may have hit us this year. So we are keen on that. And if we succeed July, then we try and push it earlier, even to maybe April or May, like that. So we are keen on doing that, but kindly allow us time to be able to actualize that going forward. Then on expenses of the scheme, Gift is coming in the next session to talk about remuneration for trustees, and maybe just talk about all the other expenses, including the payments to service providers, so that he can try and detail all that, so that you can all see the expenses of the scheme. I want to call up Trustee Fred to come in and touch on two things. One, okay. All right. On the regulations, the NSSF regulations, I know there's an issue. There's an issue on NSSF. I think 6% is coming in next year, January, and I know a process was started on opting out on tier 2, or is it tier 1? Tier 2, we opt out of tier 2, but of course that matter was in court, so much could not be done that time. But I think we'll pursue it further and try and opt out of tier 2, so that at least we are able to just do tier 1 and contribute to our scheme, our private scheme, the scheme that we have. So that is in the process. We will try to follow that up. So I think I'll leave the two questions for the fund manager. There's yeah, I think there's that point. What else?
There is another question for the fund manager.
All right. All right. Duke, you can note that.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to ask a question. I have a question to ask. First, I thank you all for organizing this meeting for us to have the administrator, the fund manager, the custodian, and all the trustees. I'd like to quickly ask Gift. Gift did a presentation. He showed like the year 2018 to 2024. At the year 2018, the presentation showed that we were at 1.73 billion. At the year 2024, we are at 3.92. That means that there is a difference of 2.19 billion. So averagely, you'll say that in 7 years, the scheme was growing at 0.3 million. Quick arithmetics will tell you like that is like almost 300 million per year. Now, I'd like to know from the presentation, is the growth attributed to the contributions of the member or the investments that have been done? And if it is the contribution of the investments we have done, at what percentage is our scheme growing? Is it the growth, is it attributed to the contributions or the kind of investments that as the fund manager you have done? Gift, I was also expecting you talk about the mortgage, which is very emotive to the members that are here. So kindly, when you are going to do the presentation, also remember to include how can members benefit from the mortgage that is anchored. There is a conversation about not taxing the pension. There is a bill. How can we as members also put our input? Because I know there is a member of parliament who is trying to bring in a motion that is going to ensure that when members are getting their benefits, they are not taxed. So how as members can we also add to that voice? Thank you.
All right. Any other additional burning question? Or should we allow the fund manager an opportunity to address those two questions? Ndio, tumpatie nafasi address those two questions.
Sorry, there were 3 questions. I'll try to respond to all of them. The one who is presenting...
I think, Duke, you will also address the one on the attributes of the fund. What attributes to the growth of the fund? I think you can handle it as...
Yeah, that's okay. Where is that presentation of mine? Kindly put it up. I've just realized, just because I did not bring gifts, you refuse to be attentive. Next time, my presentation on the Gen Africa. Yeah.
From Gift's presentation, I didn't get the figures from you. When we look at that, you finished and said that the members were getting 5%. That is what we reflect on their statements. So what is the rationale of, like, if we are doing averagely 10%, why are members getting 5? Is it the expenses? So we need that detailed report and maybe a breakdown so that we can be able now to interrogate. Okay. How do the 5% that goes to members, how is it arrived at?
Okay. Let's go to slide, just think slide 4. No, continue. 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 There. Let's stop there. So, when I was doing my presentation, first of all, I started with the macroeconomic conditions for 2023 before I went to 2024. So, from what I was presenting, it was more or less a reflective image of your fund performance for 2023. So, when I was saying interest rate went up, it basically means your bond portfolio went down. So, we had a bigger negative revaluation on bonds. Okay? If you go to the next slide, which is equities and offshore, yeah, just continue. You realize that this is the Nairobi All Share Index, which was negative 27%. Okay? So when the market is negative, what does it mean for your fund? It will also be what? Negative. So for the blue line, which is the MSCI World Index, basically meaning your offshore funds benchmark, if it was 21.8% positive, what does it mean for your offshore funds? It should have also been what? Positive. So that's why I always start with the year under review. It's just that we have done the AGM a little bit later, so a lot of the information that I was giving at the end was more or less this year's numbers. just to give you a glimpse of how we are performing so far. Just move on to the next slide. I think that more or less covers the first question. I think this next question was around the time period. Again, there's a word that was used that I felt was a bit wrong. If, let's say, last year the equities market gave us a negative 27% return, that is not a mistake. The IPS does not come to solve it as a mistake. The IPS says invest, let's say, 10% in equities. So in that particular year, if equities performed negatively, it doesn't mean it gave the wrong direction. It's just that the market condition at that particular time were not conducive for that asset class to give you the optimum return. Are we together? It's not a mistake. Now this year, when the market has given you 30% equities, do you say now the mistake has been corrected? Okay? So that's why I said, if the IPS tells you 10%, 15%, 20% in equities, you stick with that philosophy for the next 3 years. Okay? Because the IPS is supposed to be forward-looking as opposed to that instance. Okay? The markets might be performing well today. What about the next 2 years? Or they might be performing negatively this quarter. What about next quarter? So we tend to be very long-term when it comes to risky assets. So it's not a mistake. And as we continue to draft the new one, the old one still exists. We'll continue to use the old one until a new one is drafted. And the only differential is the new IPS will look at your age profile now as opposed to 3 years ago. Some members will have grown older by 3 years. So if you are 50, you are 53. If you are 57, you are 60 now. So your risk profile has changed from you can take up risk if you are heading to 60 to no risk at all. So the IPS will come and tell you now, as an investment manager, kindly try to be conservative. Do not invest in risky assets. That's what the IPS is going to do for the next 3 years. The third question was around the difference between corporate bonds and government bonds. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, so just to give a glimpse, we have invested corporate bonds around 6 million or thereabouts, and then 2 billion shillings in government bonds. Government bonds are government bonds are debt that is issued by government. Okay? So they look for money, they lend from us being you as a pension scheme. You can also lend to the government as an individual through your own initiative. And we tend to say, quote unquote, is risk-free. Worst case scenario, they will print more money to pay you if they don't have money to repay. Okay? So government does issue you with a compensation, which is what we call coupon. That compensation is that interest rate we are saying it's 10%, 15%, 18%. Now, on the corporate bond side, these are issued by private institutions to fund their long-term capital expenditure. So a company like, in our case, EABL, issued this bond, I think 5 years ago, to increase capacity in the Kisumu plant, Kisumu beer plant. So an organization can come looking for money in the market in form of debt. You as an investor, you are chasing what we call a yield. You're looking for an interest. Okay? So you have, let's say, 10 million, but you don't know where to take it. Then an organization like EABL comes and says, lend me your 10 million for the next 5 years, but I will compensate you with an interest which is slightly above the government bond. So if the 5-year government bond at that time is 10%, they will give you that bond at 12%. Why? Because EABL is more risky of defaulting than the government. So you'll find us investing in in corporate bonds because they give us a higher yield, okay, than government bonds, and also for diversification purposes. So you also don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. But again, in this context, we are more or less putting all our eggs in one basket, which is government, which is okay for now. Is that okay? Next slide. It will more or less answer the other question on growth. Again, just slightly. Yeah. Now, maybe to explain it in detail. In previous years, actually when we got a negative this year, our revaluation loss on bonds was 200 million. But because regulation had not come in, we passed on this negative to members, the negative 200 million. This year, when regulation came into place, the return was around 8.7. But the revaluation loss on bonds was around 100 and another 200 million, 184 million. So we have written back 184 million as investment growth, pushing now the return from 0.21 to 5.72%. Are we together? So the difference between this year and this year is because of regulation change, which from where we sit, we feel it's okay because we don't sell most of these bonds. If you don't sell any bond during a particular period, let's say it's a 10-year bond, it basically means you are only taking up coupon. But in this case, this 8.7 million here is inclusive of the negative 180 something million. So if you write it back, this is the return you get. And this is what is distributed now to members. So moving forward, it's very low chance of the scheme getting a negative return. Even if equities give you a negative, even if offshore give you a negative. Are we together up to that point? Now, historically, for the last 12 years that we have invested for you, the average return for the scheme has been 10.02. So last year, and we are actually working on this, probably before the end of the presentation, I will take you through year by year in terms of return. We have years then we have done 18%. We have years we have done 16%. We have years we have done 8%. So when you do a weighted average of the last 12 years, the average return of your scheme has been 10.2%. Next slide, as I finish. Next slide, next slide. Just go back. Let's just, it more or less will be able to give some level of clarity. Yeah, there. I think we did talk about 2018 in terms of the scheme assets being 1.7, then 2024 it going up to 3.9. And the question was around what is the growth? Is it contributions? Is it withdrawals? Let's go to the next slide so that we can try to clarify that from 2018 to 2024. Up again. Down. I want the chart. Go up. That last chart. Yeah, there. Okay. So from 2018, as you can see, the constitute of your contributions was 1.1 billion. Income or investment growth was 551. The following year, it increased by how much? 300 million. The following year, it increased by 100 and something million. Okay? Following year, 300 million. Following year, it was stagnant. Remember 2022 when we said it was actually negative, it reduced. You can actually see it here. Remember when we said it was a negative 0 point something? It reduced from 1,392 to 1,386. Okay? So last year, it only increased by a mere, I think, 8 million that you saw in the other slide. Not the 100 and something. It's on the mark-to-market side. So 100 and 1,394 million. Okay, this year, it has grown by how much? 2024. And we have not finished the year yet. So again, the biggest driver of your return is not even contribution. It's what? Investment growth. Have I answered all your questions? Next time niwalete switch.
Duke, you need to come with gifts like Yvonne next time. Yvonne has set the standard, so kindly jaribu utulete something. Sasa, so I think there's one issue on transfer in from other schemes. There are documents, I don't know where gift is. Gift. Yeah, so you'll come clarify on that, on the documentation for transfer ins as you do your presentation. Yeah, so welcome.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I had some questions here, a number of them that was addressed to me, and I'll try to answer them very quickly. Let me start with the one on transfer in process. So if you have your pension benefits in another scheme and you want to transfer to the current scheme, you as the member, you are advised to initiate that process. As it is beyond the jurisdiction of the current board and the current service providers, because it's in the other scheme which has a different board and a different set of service providers. However, when you initiate that request, maybe through email, it is advisable that you can copy the administrator and the trust secretary or even the chair, so that they are aware that there is some process you have initiated to transfer the money into your current scheme. We may be able as administrators just to guide you on the process in terms of maybe if the transfer in is delaying and it's supposed to be done within 60 days after you have submitted all the documents. So you can do that and then we'll be able to support you. Once the transfer has been done, you are required to submit 2 documents. One is the calculations worksheet and 2 is the bank remittance advice. When you hear Chair saying that previously you realize that money has come in and you can't tell who, it's because those 2 standard documents were never presented. And those are the reasons why we have those challenges. Let me go to the question on the mortgage. So I agree that last year when we were doing the AGM, we presented something. Actually, it was the other year, we presented something to do with mortgage. So the regulator had advised or had allowed members of the scheme to utilize up to 40% or 7 million, whichever is lower, to purchase a residential home. But someone ran into the courts and claimed that the process was not duly followed, there was no public participation and all that, and so it was quashed. I know the regulator has been saying that they are trying to see if they can bring it back in a different version, or if they can now follow the procedure. But as it is now, it's not operational. When it's back, then we'll be able to guide the members. On the taxation, you wanted to know whether it's a double taxation. It's actually not a double taxation. So taxation starts at payroll level. What you contribute, the 7.5% plus this 14.5% combined from payroll level, if that amount is more than 20,000, then the amount from 1 to 20,000 is excluded from payee at payroll level. Any amount above that is subjected to payee. So if your 7.5% plus 14.5% is, say, 30,000, from 1 to 20,000, it will not be subjected to tax at payroll level. That means if your payee is 30,000, that 30,000 did not incorporate that 20,000 in computation. But the remaining 10,000 will be subjected to tax. When it comes to pension, that's what you realize when you give you statement, it has so many columns. When it comes into pension, whatever was not subjected into tax, it is booked for taxation when you will be. We book it as, or we register it with KRA. And that's why you will see your statement, there is a portion under registered portion. Whatever was already taxed out of that money will be booked under the unregistered portion because you already taxed, it was already taxed. Now, when these two portions of money are invested, the income on the money that was already taxed, the income will now be subjected to tax. And that is the corporation tax that is paid, or the installment tax. But the portion that was not subjected to tax, it will not be taxed. Now, when you come to access your benefits, whatever you was not subjected to tax at payroll level now is what is taxed. But whatever portion that was not subjected to payee at payroll level is now what will not be subjected to tax. So you realize there is no double taxation anywhere in that computation. Let me move to the expense, then I will close with the interest calculation. So the expenses for the scheme, I would have extended maybe the auditor to do this, but let me just do it now that I'm already here. I would want you to go to the auditor's presentation. I'm not so sure whether it had the breakdown of the expenses. Please go to the auditor's presentation and just under the expenses. So as they put up the screen for expenses, normally the law requires that trustees come up with a budget for the scheme for any particular year. Once they have come up with that budget, they are expected not to have a budget that is beyond 2% for any financial year, because that is the required maximum threshold for scheme expenses. No, this is administrator. There is one with the subject auditor's presentation. Now, once the trustees have come up with a budget, then they are guided on how they are going to spend in terms of the budget. Even if today trustees decided that we are going to do all meetings virtual, we are not going to have trustees allowances, we are not going to print books and facilitate our movement and everything in the course of managing the scheme, there is still some expenses that the scheme will incur which is significant. Why? Because one, there is expenses that I had mentioned which we call the generic expenses. Like, for example, the RBA levy. Noting that your scheme is 4.2 billion today, at any given financial year that you can pay, the amount that you can pay to RBA is nothing less than 5 million as RBA levy. And that one, there is a scale that RBA has provided that needs in terms of the fund values. There is the aspect of the administrative fees, which is the money paid to us in the course of managing a scheme, which is again a percentage of your fund value. There is money that is paid to fund manager, again to manage your investments, which is a percentage of the fund value. These percentages, we don't come up with them. It is an industry rate which is applied on all pension funds in the industry. So yeah, I think it's there is one, just go up to the one that has expenses, just scroll, next slide, next, no, just go back. There is one that, this one, okay. I was looking at the one that had the breakdown, but it's fine. I know that the accounts that was circulated to you, it has the breakdown. The breakdown of, where is it? No, yeah. It has the breakdown of this, and it even has the computation of this 18 million, which is tax. And actually, you realize that the 1% or the 1.3% that I mentioned, you realize that when you look at the total tax of maybe the total expense of maybe 33 million, the actual expense, let me say, is the 17 million. You know, this one, plus a 9, which is, yeah, investment management expenses, where now we have the fund management and the custody fees in here. Here we have the administrative cost, administrators' fees, RBA levy, audit fees, trustees' allowances, and all other here. Then we have taxation, which is at 18 million. But again, remember this taxation is also dictated by how much you earn in terms of the interest. So the more you earn in terms of interest, the more KRA will have this figure grow bigger and bigger. Okay? Yeah. So in the accounts that you have, you will realize that there is the makeup of the 17 million, which adds up to this 17 million. Let me finish by responding on the interest. So there's a gentleman there who had asked that, for example, if Duke gives 10%, how come maybe the interest that is translated in the statement is 5%? But first of all, is to confirm that at no point have we ever had Duke on declaring 10 and the statement reads 5. It's important to clarify that. So this is what happens. I'll try to explain. It's a little bit complex, but I'll try to explain how administrators will compute interest that you see on your statement. One is that your interest is calculated on a pro rata basis. On a pro rata basis. What that means is that your contribution that came in January is for, in most cases, will be for the December the previous year, isn't it? Because you are paid salary after the end of the month. Then that's when your pension deduction are also paid. So that means that contribution for the month of January cannot, in most cases, realize that they are paid maybe in February. Okay? Which is maybe from date 1 to date 10 in there. So that means that that contribution, did not participate in investment in January. So it only was invested for 11 months. And contribution for February all the way up to December, contribution for December did not participate in investment because maybe in most cases it was remitted in January. And that's when it started participating in investment. So when we are computing your interest, we take into consideration that. Two, when we are computing your interest, we do it in 2 bits. You remember there are those people in GDC whose monthly contribution towards pension is more than 20,000. Okay? So, those whose contribution is more than 20,000, when we are talking about tax, they are the ones that participate in this taxation in terms of the income. Because they have a bit that was already taxed at payroll level, which when they will be coming to access that money, it will not be subjected to tax. And that's how then we check what Duke has given in terms of investment, then we calculate the income, the tax that is supposed to be paid on that particular income. So when we are doing the income, we do this. Let me use 100 million. So if the books that have been given by the investment manager reads interest of 100 million, we deduct all the expenses. Then say we remain with 70 million. Out of the 70 million, we apportion into the registered portion and the unregistered portion. Once we have separated, then we check how much tax was paid. It is 18 million. We net off that 18 million from the unregistered portion. And then we apply the balance of the unregistered portion on the unregistered portion of the fund. And then the remaining portion, which was registered for the income, we apply on all the members. Because all the members, at least, they contribute something between 1 to 20,000. All members, irrespective of whether you are under registered or unregistered in terms of the contribution that you do. And that still is done on a pro rata basis for both registered and the unregistered. So maybe you may also that's why when you check the income, and you do directly, you may not get the exact percentage. For example, if you take your statement reads 60,000 and you do as a percentage of your total balance, it may not give you a percentage that is exactly what we present here because of those dynamics that goes into computation of your income. I've tried to explain. Yeah, explaining figures in words, and at lunchtime it's dangerous.
Gift before you leave. I know you have the presentation to do. The hotel is telling me that we need to do lunch, and we intended to finish before lunch. So mtavumilia kidogo. We just finished this last part. Then if there are any questions ile burning tunaweza uliza. but we'll still be around. You can see at you can look for us individually. We will still be able to answer your questions, so that we are able to also, because I think they want to clear the place where they serve us lunch, so that they prepare for 4 o'clock tea for other people. So gift, if you can do 15 minutes tops. 5, sawa, kindly.
5 minutes zikipita nikiwa hapa unainua mkono so that I can sit. So the next agenda that the law requires that it's announced or it's pronounced in this meeting is the trustees' remuneration. That is an agenda that needs to be discussed or disclosed.
Allow me to interrupt, Gift.
Yes.
Just put a pause on the next segment and allow the member to ask one just additional question before we move forward.
Thank you. My name's Kenneth Lumire. I have 2 questions to ask, not even one. In our previous AGMs, okay, let me say congrats today that your investments are just good. But in our previous AGMs, we had issues with investments with the banks. We had an issue with the Chase Bank, which had some shares, and the other bank that went under. Today, I have not heard a mention of that. I don't know if they have improved or you managed to regain the money back. The second question is on investment. You think of investment so much outside and the government bonds and the corporate, something like that. Have you even thought of, I'm just trying to think loudly that why can't you even think of even investing in Kengen and the GDC power plants? Because I think we have a lot of money that cooperative bankers here can participate in giving us a loan to invest in a power plant. That's my concern.
Okay, I can answer, but I don't have the mandate to answer those questions. So let me invite Duke. Duke, I'll give you 1 minute so that I can finish.
Thank you for those 2 questions. I will start with the one for Chase at Imperial. Again, some of the investments we made way back in 2015, they didn't pan out. The companies went under. They went under with our money. Around 8 million each, 4 million for both. We did manage to receive around 40% of what we lost in Imperial because it was a deposit, but for the bond for Chase, nothing yet. But we still keep a record of the same. It's normally reported in the quarterly meetings with the BOT if there is any progress, but maybe it's something we can always be mentioning to members if there is any progress. But it was fully impaired in the books in 2019. So basically meaning it's an asset that we do not foresee the funds coming back. I hope that clarifies. Yeah. The other question around investment in the power plants. So the structure tends to be, can we invest in private equity? That moves now from the traditional asset classes. So currently we are working with the trustees around incorporating new asset classes in the IPS. So it has to come from the IPS first before the fund manager can invest. So we'll be introducing private equity, but a very small percentage. Big schemes, more than I think 10 billion, tend to invest in private equity because they can afford it. And I'll give you an example of one of the pension scheme in this sector, in the energy sector, which has invested in private equity. They have invested, the minimum investment is $50 million. $50 million is how much?
The exchange rate should be around 130. So
use 130.
Simple math. Can somebody give us? Trustee Mayoga.
Yes, that's the minimum investment for private equity investment into the energy sector. Now the question is, what is the size of your fund? So what we have been working with other schemes is, can we do a collective investment vehicle where you come in, let's say, with your 1 billion, another scheme comes in with their 1 billion, so that now we can go in as, let's say, 6 funds investing in a particular infrastructure project, either be it in power distribution, be it geothermal. The current investment that so you find 600 million is a very small ticket size for you to do any infrastructure or private equity investment. But we are trying to work with other pension schemes of the similar size and see if we can have exposure into that sector. Na tukichomeka msitu ni wewe umesema, actually ni wewe umesema. Yeah, so it's a very good investment. We have looked at the case, so we'll discuss with the trustees early next year because it's something that we have in the pipeline.
So thank you, Duke. So I was talking about trustees remuneration. So first to state that the law requires all schemes to have a remuneration policy for trustees. And GDC is one of those schemes that have remuneration policy for the schemes, which is filed with RBA. Sometimes last year, in May, the regulator came up with some enhancements on the trustee remuneration policy and added a few areas which needed to be done. For example, capping the number of meetings that trustees can remunerate themselves. So that is what the law requires, that is declared in an AGM, unless if members would have any comment in relation to these particular rates as I have read out. Yeah, I wish Chair to rest my case. I think I've used less than 5 minutes. Yes.
Right, Gifts. Thank you. I believe the members are satisfied with what has been shared. Iko maswali? Kuna maswali mengine? Tuko sawa. So there are some questions that have been asked online. So Emily Kahiga says missing statements. When will they be shared? I think I spoke about that. So I hope I've clarified in full. Is Emily here? All right. Iko sawa? It's sorted, eh? All right. Okay. There's a reaction from Tunai. He says a black and white printout of the statement will suffice. Trustees need to relook at cost of venue. Cheaper venue may save costs. Yeah, so Kinyanguk was a trustee before, so when he speaks, we stop and listen. Member statement, does it include unrealized gains or losses? I think Duke and also Gift has shared about how the statements are done. Even the auditor spoke about that. So this member, Bwana Auditor, is saying if we can do separate statements for the ones that use the new way of valuation. He says member statements, does it include unrealized gains or losses? So this is the member statements. Of course it doesn't. That is not distributed. If not, we expect separate statements of realized and unrealized. Is that the practice? All right. I think by statements here, by statements, I believe he's talking about the report. Yes. Okay. Yes, the report.
That's okay. What we now the practice, what we do is we indicate the two rates. We indicate the rate, or where the unrealized is computed and not credited, and the one that does not consider.
All right. Thank you. I hope
Gift is going to also add something
has something to say.
issue.
Gift, as you respond to that, also respond to this last question. Do persons with disability get any waivers on taxes in regards to pensions?
Okay. So to start with the aspect of different statements, I confirm that at administrative level, it's not supported by any law to have different statements, but at audit financial statement level, it's okay for that particular unrealized portion to be booked. Actually, when you check in the last financial year, it's booked as a reserve. So that should be sufficient. Otherwise, you don't translate that particular loss or gain, which is unrealized, to the member statements. On whether the people with disability merit, the answer is yes. Just ensure that you come with that. There's normally a certificate they are given by KRA, and when you have that certificate, then you will be paid your pension tax-free. Yeah.
So that means they're exempted from all the taxes at contribution, at investment, and also at payment.
Yes, yes.
All right. I think that is well noted. So I think unless kuna very burning questions, we can pick them, we can answer them. But kama ni kitu tunaweza ongea one-on-one, in the interest of time, we can close at that, if you guys don't mind. Iko ile moto? naona Kiptui na Ondoro pale ni kama wako na swali. Iko swali? Mambo iko sawa? All right. So I want to pick someone to give a vote of thanks. A vote of thanks. Lucy, I've picked on you. Come here to the front kindly. Yeah, and kama kuna kitu mbaya tumefanya sema, usiogope.
I take this opportunity to say a big thank you to Zablon and his team, as well as NWealth. You know that information is power, and you see, when we are more informed, it makes things easier for everyone. So we really do appreciate, and we look forward to more interactions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lucy. Yeah, so sijui kama wako na vote of thanks after vote of thanks, but I think for me, I'll also need to thank all of you. All of you. Penina, there's a question.
No, Ontoro will want to give a vote of
thanks. Ondoro is saying something. Sawa.
Good afternoon. I arrived a bit late, but I appreciate the good leadership that is driving the trustee or the Gdc Srb. I think must be off. So Zablon and your team and the administrators, I also say thank you. Some of us here, our time is up. So we have to be very keen with how you people will take care of us in retirement. Thank you so much, and be blessed.
Everyone, thank you members for attending. In the morning we were very scared. We thought we'll plan all this, then people won't show up. But every time we saw someone coming in, we were very encouraged. So asanteni sana all of you for attending this AGM. We intend to make them more interactive, more lively next time. We'll need your feedback so that we keep improving on what we are doing. Secondly, I'll thank the service providers, the custodian, the fund manager, the auditor, the administrator. They've really held our hands. You know, when we came in, I came in, I think, Charity, Jackie, myself, and Fred. So you come in, you know a bit, but you don't know much. But they've really held our hands. We've asked some very, for lack of a better word, stupid questions, and they've been able to take time and clarify them to us. And over time, we've gained the confidence. So asanteni sana, our service providers, we really, really appreciate for working with us this far. As you notice, the board, I think apart from Chris, who's doing his second term, the rest of us, no one is more than 6 months old in the board. Lakini hatukutamba, we just came in, we didn't even walk, we ran, and here we are. So mkiona tumekosea kidogo, be lenient with us a bit, but come next year now, we'll have no reason to tell you that we couldn't do this or that. So with that said, as I finish, I thank also the trustees, the entire board. Some of them are not here. I think Chris, you're not there when we're doing introductions. You can stand up. Do you want to say something? No, wewe ni mwanasiasa bwana. Sasa najua utataka kusema kitu. Salimia watu wako.
Yeah, you want me to come? who are doing the second term. But importantly, I can assure you that your money is safe, the scheme is sound, and with the young face that you see here today, it on some official duties, but because this is a fiduciary responsibility, Chair, I had to come and witness the AGM. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chris. So of course, Chris, trustee. But I'll really want to give my sincere appreciation to everyone, to Penina, Charity, Fred, Chris, and all of them. They've really worked together to deliver what we have today. So keep supporting us, keep reaching out to us when you need any clarification. When we make mistakes, kindly correct us with love, and let's grow this scheme together. Let's make it a scheme that will be admirable to many other people. So all the comments, all what you've said, we've taken note and we'll be able to implement the requirements, or rather the sentiments of the members. So with that said, wacha tufungie hapo. Thank you very much. There's lunch, msiende, there's lunch, so let's have lunch, then we can slowly walk back to our offices. So I'll get a volunteer to pray for us. Anyone? A volunteer? Akuje hapa mbele. Akuje atuombe, aombe chakula, aombe steam, aombe trustees. Wasianze kupigana. Unajua pia saa zingine tunalumbana, lakini we agreed one thing. We'll fight in the board, but you guys will never get to know about it. Tuna fight, tuna sort, tukitoka hapa nje we speak one language. So that's what we agreed from the onset, and that's what we'll do. So a volunteer to pray for us. Who? Oh, Esther. So engineer.
Thank you very much for this. Suddenly I was volunteered, but I'll take it up. So allow us bow down and pray. Heavenly Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we come before your presence this afternoon. We are so grateful, we are so honored for such a moment as this. Thank you, Lord God Almighty, for allowing us to congregate here in Nakuru and for the discussions that we have had. We want to commit ourselves before you, even as members of this board, asking you that, Father, you shall continue helping us and leading us. More so, we pray for the trustees, we pray for the managers of these funds, oh God, that it is you and the Holy Spirit that will lead them, that, Father, our funds shall remain secure even to the very end until we are able to access. We pray for each and every one of us, for them that are remaining in Nakuru and for them that are traveling far away. We pray for journey mercies, and we pray that you may continue blessing us and blessing GDC, oh God. We also take this opportunity to thank you for lunch. We pray that you may bless it, that you may sanctify it for our taking. And as we disperse, our Father, may you disperse us with your love. We thank you, we honor you, and all this we pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
I was proposing a photo. I don't. Hapa. So tujaribu tutoshe. We take a photo, then we go. Sawa. Yeah, the milk cards. So utapewa milk card ndio utaenda nayo huko chini.